Chapter 748. When Shui Rui found out that the emperor had fallen ill, the first thing he thought of was to inform Shui Lingnan. However, when he rushed back to the Fu, the front yard steward told him that the prime minister had just left the residence. When asked where did he go, he couldn't answer. He could only restrain his impatience and wait at home. At noon, the sun rose for a while before hiding in the clouds. In the afternoon, a sudden rain came and the temperature dropped. Hotaku held an umbrella and ran to the corridor. He breathed on his palms and wrapped his collar tightly. Without lifting the curtain to enter the room, he reported from outside the door, "Young master, I saw the prime minister's palanquin return to the Fu." Shui Rui, who was resting on the pillow with his eyes closed, suddenly sat up. He picked up his boots and was about to walk out. Baoda rolled up the curtain and saw that Shui Rui was wearing thin clothes, so he hastily stopped him and said, "My lord, you don't dare to go out like this. It's freezing outside." Umbrella. Shui Rui took the umbrella from his hand and walked into the rain. Hotaku was so anxious that he jumped. He didn't care about the mud on his shoes. He went into the room to grab some thick clothes and chased after him. Shui Rui found Mume whole. Before he reached the door, he was stopped by a servant in the corridor. "The prime minister has just rested and ordered that no one is allowed to enter. Please come back later. I have an urgent matter." "Move aside." "Young master, you can't." Shui Rui pushed the servant away and walked to the door. "Grandfather, this matter is urgent." Shui Lingnan hadn't slept at all. He had heard the movement outside and his thoughts were in chaos. He frowned and coldly said, "Come in." Shui Rui pushed the door and entered. He saw Shui Lingnan dressed neatly and sitting at the tea table. He had come here to meditate as soon as he returned to the Fu. He didn't know what trouble he had encountered. "How could you be so rash? How many times have I taught you not to panic even if the sky falls?" Shui Lingnan glanced at Shui Rui's wet clothes in dissatisfaction. This time Shui Rui did not listen to the lecture obediently. He closed the door and walked closer. He lowered his voice and said, "Grandson received news that the emperor was bedridden yesterday. The empress is in charge of the imperial palace. She only summoned the great Tiandao." Shui Lingnan's wrinkled eyelids trembled, but he did not show any signs of panic. He raised his head to look at him and asked, "Guess who I went to see just now?" Shui Rui was puzzled. Just as he was pondering, he heard Shui Lingnan coldly say, "It was Count Zhongyong. He told me privately that if the emperor does not improve after 3 days, the Great Edict will follow the secret edict and announce that Ning Wang will be the governor." Shui Rui was shocked. The situation couldn't get any worse. Historically, when the emperor was ill, the first person to be the governor was always the crown prince. Even though Emperor Zhao Qing hadn't named a successor, this kind of edict was announcing to everyone that Ning Wang was the future crown prince, the next ruler. "Ning Wang being the governor, are you sure it is the emperor's will?" He was suspicious. Emperor Zhao Qing had always favored Ning Wang, but he had never been willing to give in on the matter of naming the crown prince. Now that Emperor Zhao Qing had just fallen ill, the Great Edict revealed the edict for Ning Wang to be the governor. No matter how he looked at it, it was unusual. "It can't be fake." Shui Lingnan's expression was hazy. "Even though Zhu Muzhao is a treacherous person, his loyalty to His Majesty is unquestionable. Anyone can pass a fake edict, but he can't. Even more, Celestial Commissioner isn't the only one involved in this matter. Prime Minister Yin and Duke Jing are also involved. If the three of them work together, even if Ning Wang is a pile of mud, he can hold up a wall. At this point, the Empress finally can't sit still. Once Ning Wang was in power, the first to be threatened would be Empress Rui's position. Ning Wang's birth mother, Yin Shufei, wouldn't be willing to be under her. Shui Rui asked, "That Zhongyong Bo came to discuss with you because he wants to ally with the Shui family. Shui Lingnan snorted coldly. Of all the imperial sons, only Jing Wang can compete with Ning Wang. Of all the officials, only this old man can compare with Yin Tianho. If the Empress wants to stop Ning Wang from being in power, she can only let go of the past and ally with the Shui family. Ruiang, in order for me to interfere with Ning Wang's governance, made a verbal agreement with me. When the Emperor's illness improves, the Empress will come out and support Jing Wang to be the crown prince. Grandfather, you can't, Shui Rui frowned. The Emperor has already been suspicious of you before. If you come out and oppose the imperial decree now, I'm afraid that the day the Emperor gets better, the Shui family will face a calamity. There's no need for you to say it, I'm not that muddle-headed, Shui Lingnan said. That old man Ruiang has a good plan. He wants to pull this old man to be his spear, drawing a big pie in the sky and thinking that I will take the bait. He didn't think that if the Shui family wants to help Jing Wang fight for the throne, there's no need to ally with them. Shui Rui's mind moved and he probed, you are saying? Shui Lingnan looked at him with a deeper meaning, saying, are you like the rest of the world, thinking that Xiang Wang is an idle and useless person? For a moment, Shui Rui's mind flashed. He almost grasped the crux of the matter, but his attention was captured by Shui Lingnan's next words. These are all old matters, there's no harm in telling you in private. The current emperor and Xiang Wang are born from the same mother and were both raised by Empress Dowager Ren Jing. The emperor is older by 2 years but isn't as intelligent as Xiang Wang. When Xiandi was alive, the most favored prince was Xiang Wang. There was another eldest son, Song Wang, who was skilled in both literature and martial arts. In comparison, the emperor was much more mediocre. In Xiandi's later years, Song Wang secretly rebelled and was sentenced to death after being exposed by Ruiang. Then came the change of the celestial commissioner. Zhu Muzhao inherited his father's position and the Zhu family produced 2 great Tidian. Finally Xiandi issued an edict and the celestial commissioner decreed that the present emperor was crowned crown prince. 2 years later, Xiandi passed away and the emperor succeeded the throne, changing the era to Zhao Qing. Shui Lingnan narrated calmly but Shui Rui could hear some secrets from it. Firstly, the emperor and Xiang Wang are both Di's sons and their ages are similar. One is mediocre while the other is intelligent. Our dynasty does not differentiate between the young and the old like the previous dynasty, but why was it the mediocre Emperor Zhao Qing who ascended to the throne? Other than that, the Zhu family had 2 great Tidian. This was unprecedented in the 300 years of history of the Yin dynasty. Was it intentional or a coincidence? He vaguely felt that all this had a lot to do with his birth father, Yunhua, stealing the book of mystery maiden Lu Ren. After the emperor ascended the throne, Xiang Wang pleaded several times to leave the capital to guard the border but was not granted permission. He could only hide in the city. These years, he pretended to be stupid but it was only to dispel the emperor's suspicions. Shui Lingnan concluded, don't forget that your youngest aunt is the mistress of Xiang Wang Fu. Even if Xiang Wang doesn't think for himself, he has to think for the Shitzi. With his help, the one laughing at the end may not be Ning Wang. Shui Rui thought in his heart but did not show it. Looking at his experienced face, he asked in a low voice, have you decided? He had decided to bring the entire Shui family to participate in this fight for the throne and support Lu Tan to take the throne. Shui Lingnan's eyes were like torches. For the first time, he showed his burning ambition in front of him. Ning Wang as the crown prince will sooner or later act against the Shui family. Rather than ending up with the destruction of the family, it is better to fight. Now, even if we don't want to fight, we have to fight. The fight for the throne had long quietly begun. Shui Rui looked at the high-spirited expression of the old man in front of him but felt it was slightly unfamiliar. That's right, Shui Lingnan suddenly changed the topic and asked, the day before, Fern of State Wei used the refugees to escape Jing. Did you have anything to do with it? Shui Rui denied it. Since the last time I returned to Jing, I have not seen them. Shui Lingnan was not suspicious. Looking at the rapid rain outside the window, he said coldly, His Majesty mistakenly believed Zhu Muzhao's slander and forced Dong Jingwang into a corner with no other choice but to rebel. His Majesty's illness this time can be said to be adding oil to the fire. I'm afraid that Dong Jingwang will take advantage of the situation. He has at least 400,000 soldiers under his command. Once he moves, there will be a fierce battle with corpses everywhere. As he spoke, he stared at Shui Rui. Do you have a way to secretly contact Dong Jingwang? Shui Rui shook his head. Shui Lingnan's expression showed disappointment. His eyelids drooped as he thought for a moment before he sighed. Actually, it is a fortunate thing for our Shui family that foreign of state Wei was able to escape. Shui Rui was silent. I have told you everything that needs to be said. This old man is tired and needs to rest. Call your second uncle over tonight. Us three, grandfather and grandson, will discuss further. Shui Rui retreated and closed the door. Hotaku stuck his head out from the entrance of the courtyard. Seeing him come out, he hurriedly hugged a bundle of thick clothes and ran forward. Young master, look at how pale your face is from the cold. Quickly put it on, quickly put it on. Shui Rui's icy cold fingers retracted into the fluffy fur, but the chill in his heart could not subside. From the moment he understood his parentage, he decided to repay his foster father's kindness. If the Shui family needed him to help them rise to the throne, he would definitely risk his life to accompany them. But if Shui Lingnan wanted to kill the person who broke his life and his ultimate goal was to usurp the throne, where would he go? On the 15th of the 12th month, the palace announced that the emperor was ill and the court meeting was not held. On the 16th of the 12th month, the seriously ill Emperor Zhao Qing finally woke up after being unconscious for 3 whole days. He immediately summoned a number of officials into the palace. On the dragon couch, he publicly announced the matter of Ning Wang regaining control of the country. After that, he once again sank into a state of unconsciousness. On the 17th of the 12th month, the civil and military officials were summoned to the palace. They saw that there was another seat under the steps of the dragon chair in Tian Hall. Just as everyone was bewildered, Ning Wang strode with his head held high and sat down on that seat. The great supervisor appeared to dictate the edict. Prime Minister Yin and Duke Jing also appeared to support him. They informed everyone that the emperor was ill and had moved to the temporary palace to recuperate. From today onwards, Ning Wang would temporarily be regaining control of the country. When this order came out, the officials in the hall were in an uproar. There was fierce opposition from a group of people on the spot. The reason was that Ning Wang was not the eldest son, nor was he the crown prince. He did not have the right to take on such a great responsibility. There were also people who questioned the authenticity of this imperial edict and clamored to see the emperor. There were even more radical people who took off their official robes and said that if the emperor was not willing to retract the edict, they would be removed from their positions. With this ruckus, Lu Hao's expression was certainly not good. In the past, whenever there was talk of the succession, he was the loudest voice. Who would have thought that on this day, there would be so many people who desperately opposed it? In the end, it was the great supervisor who appeared and suppressed the voices of opposition. Prime Minister Yin, on the other hand, stood to the side obediently and did not interfere. He had no intention of standing up for Ning Wang. At the same time, Shui Lingnan also dutifully stood to the side, acting as a spectator. No matter how much noise they made, he did not speak. An impromptu morning court session ended on a sour note. Yu Shu stood in an inconspicuous corner and watched the entire process. She looked at Ning Wang, who was sitting upright in the throne room. At the same time, she thought that it was bad. At the same time, she was even more certain of one thing: Yunhua did not lie to her. Without the book of mystery woman Lu Ren, there was no way for the succession of the crown prince. Chapter 749. The news from the previous court spread to the Hogong. Yongle Palace was filled with jubilation. A group of palace maids and Taijian knelt in unison in front of the hall. Yin Shu Fei, wrapped in a crimson fox fur coat, sat on a large red sandalwood 10,000 fortune treasure chair, smiling as she listened to them report the good news. Congratulations, Nyang Nyang. His Highness Ning Wang has been ordered to supervise the country and will soon enter the Eastern Palace. Yin Shu Fei's face was radiant. She pretended to be stern as she said, Imperial Son has taken on such a great responsibility because of the Holy One's trust and to share the ruler's burden. What Eastern Palace? You cannot spread rumors. If Ben Gong hears anyone with a loose tongue, Ben Gong will not forgive them easily. All right, go back and do your work. After beating down a group of proud palace maids, Yin Shu Fei summoned the steward of the front hall, Tong Palace Maid, and ordered, send someone to Phoenix Perching Palace and Zhong Chui Palace to scout. Palace attendant Tong sent someone. A short while later, she came back to report. The Empress went to Peaceful Peace Hall early in the morning and hasn't returned yet. The people of Perching Tree Palace seem to be mute. They are so quiet that there isn't even one person speaking loudly. Yin Shu Fei curled her lips and asked her, how is Imperial Consort Shui? Imperial Consort Shui doesn't seem to be feeling well, so she summoned a Tai to take her pulse. Nubi found out that it was because Imperial Consort Shui forced her way into Peaceful Peace Hall yesterday and was sent back by the Empress. So the baby was affected. Emperor Zhao Qing was going to move to Huazhen Garden to recuperate and would depart tomorrow. Rui Empress had chosen Hui Pin and Sun Guiran to accompany him. She didn't know when he would return. Rui Empress controlled the Hogong and used the excuse that no one was allowed to disturb Emperor Zhao Qing's recuperation to block all the Feipin outside the gates of Peaceful Peace Hall. From beginning to end, she didn't let them see the emperor. Only Imperial Consort Shui relied on the fact that no one dared to stop her because she was pregnant and forced her way in. Yin Shu Fei snorted coldly and said, she isn't obedient even when she's pregnant. The Holy One is so sick that he can't get up, he doesn't have time to care about her. She relied on the child in her stomach and caused trouble for so many people. The wheel of fortune turns. If it's not the east wind that crushes the west wind, then it's the west wind that crushes the east wind. It's time for Ben Gong to rise. As she said that, she leaned back on the cotton pillow and pinched the space between her eyebrows with her slender fingers. She said slowly, my son has done well. I also want to stand up and not be a burden to him. Tell me, is there anything that this Empress can help with right now? Palace attendant Tong had been prepared and made a suggestion. Since your highness has taken on the responsibility of regent, you have to stay in the palace all day to manage state affairs, and it is inconvenient for you to stay in Ning Wang Fu. If the Eastern Palace can be vacated for your highness to live in, then it is the best of both worlds. If Ning Wang could live in the Eastern Palace, he would be one step closer to the position of Crown Prince. Yin Shu Fei's eyes lit up and clapped, that's great. I'm afraid that the Empress won't agree. Palace attendant Tong carefully reminded her. The Empress held the Phoenix seal and needed her approval to enter the Eastern Palace. It's just a hen that can't lay eggs. What's there to be afraid of? Tomorrow, when His Majesty leaves the capital, Ben Gong will go and mention it to her. Yin Shu Fei had a determined look. Imperial Consort Shui had been pregnant for almost 6 months. She wasn't young anymore. Her belly was getting bigger by the day and the days were becoming harder to endure. Yesterday, she had been angered in Tian Hall and when she came back at night, her belly was in pain. Luckily, Tao Momo was experienced. She sent someone to find Empress Rui for a tai and had a palace attendant boil an egg with thick red date water. She peeled the skin and fed it to Imperial Consort Shui until the tai came. The night passed in chaos. On the second day, she heard the news that Ning Wang was regent. Bad things happened one after another. Imperial consort Shui weakly lay on the square bed surrounded by begonia flowers. The chief palace attendant of Zhongcui Palace, Song Lan, rolled up the curtains and squatted by the bed to listen to her speak. Who would have thought that His Majesty would be so ill? Don't you think it's strange? Even the Imperial Hospital couldn't diagnose what illness it was. But at this critical moment, Ning Wang jumped out. It really makes one uneasy. Ben Gong had originally wanted to follow His Majesty to Huazhen Garden to recuperate, but the Empress had deliberately arranged for Hui Pin and Sun Gui Ren. One of them is old and yellow, the other is her trusted aide. The Empress has calculated well. If His Majesty recovers, it wouldn't be a problem to have them fight for favor. If His Majesty isn't good, then this is a hidden pawn. Nyang Nyang, don't think so much. It's most important to recover first. Song Lan comforted in a gentle voice. Imperial consort Shui shook her head lightly. After resting for a while, she ordered, "Send someone to the Celestial Commissioner and invite Yu to come here." Nyang Nyang, Song Lan wanted to say, at this point, even the Emperor couldn't do anything. What could a mere Imperial official do? Go. Imperial consort Shui didn't explain to her. She closed her eyes and didn't speak. Song Lan left helplessly. In the impromptu court conference, they only announced the major matter of Ning Wang regaining control of the country. After the court was dismissed, Yu Shu followed Shui Rui out of the palace. The two of them fell behind the rest of the procession and discussed in low voices, the official that was crying in the Great Hall and wanted to be removed, wasn't it arranged by Prime Minister Shui? He really had guts. He dared to act shamelessly in front of everyone's eyes. If it wasn't for the people at the side blocking him, not just his official robe, he would have taken off his pants. Of course not. Shui Rui lowered his voice to tell her, "Do you think that only the Rui family and our Shui family don't want Ning Wang to ascend? There are a number of imperial princes in Jing, but other than Jing Wang and Ning Wang, there's still the 8th prince, the 12th prince, and the 15th prince. There's also Lu Yi. Even if the imperial princes are young and useless, which one of them doesn't have any support? You can think of the rest yourself." Yu Shu thought, fighting is useless. Who knows how the Book of Xian Nu Lu Ren will choose the next emperor? Maybe that brat Lu Yi will be chosen. If I were to say, the most anxious person right now should be the Empress, she said with some schadenfreude, I see that Xu Fei's temper is not one that can endure. After today, who knows how the inner palace will be in chaos. She didn't like the Empress. On one hand, she was the 10th princess who wanted to harm Shui Rui even before her death. She hated the house and its crow. On the other hand, she herself was prejudiced against the fu of the Count of Zhongyong. Not to mention that Rui Zizhu had once discussed marriage with Shui Rui. Rui Lin's behavior after Shui Rui's disappearance made her extremely disappointed. Otherwise, why is it said that time reveals a person's heart? It wasn't hard to add flowers to a brocade, but it was rare to send charcoal in snowy weather. Shui Rui sighed lightly and said, I am only worried about Gu Mu's health. She won't be able to withstand the successive incidents. Yu Shu thought, when something happened to you, I didn't see noble consort Shui being so worried. She didn't say the truth to hurt him, but comforted him, don't you have me? Don't worry, I will go back and do a divination for her safety. If she is in any danger, I will inform you immediately. Thinking back to a few months ago, she and Shui Rui had privately discussed using the pregnancy of noble consort Shui to plot against the plots in the inner palace. They didn't want to wait for them to act before things changed. They hid in the back and whispered, not noticing that not far in front of them, Jing Chen frequently turned his head back and looked at them with a puzzled gaze. Not long after Yu Shu returned to the office of the Celestial Commissioner, someone from the palace came to summon her. When she heard that it was noble consort Shui who invited her, she muttered in her heart. Why was she looking for her at this time? With doubts in her mind, she tidied up her clothes and followed the person into the palace. It had to be said that going to the imperial palace twice a day was really a torture for someone who didn't have the privilege of riding a horse or sitting in a sedan chair. When she arrived at Zhongsue Palace, the palace maid Song Lan, who had received her the last 2 times, greeted her with a smile at the door. Seeing Yu Shu sweating and lifting her robe to step over the threshold, she quickly reached out to help her up and kept saying good things. "Official Yu, thank you for making this trip. Her Highness is not feeling well and has just taken some medicine to sleep. Please wait in the side hall for a while." Yu Shu said politely and followed her to the side hall to drink tea and rest. After waiting for about an hour, noble consort Shui woke up and asked someone to invite her over. Yu Shu had been to Zhongsue Palace several times. This was the first time she stepped into noble consort Shui's bedchamber. She had a good nose and smelled a faint medicinal fragrance as soon as she entered. Putting aside how magnificent the bedroom was, the first thing she saw was noble consort Shui, who was bedridden. She was really shocked. It hadn't been long since they last saw each other, but the beauty of the past had turned into yesterday's yellow flowers. Her yellowish face, swollen eyes, and gloomy complexion had turned noble consort Shui into a different woman. "This subject greets your highness." Yu Shu didn't show any abnormalities and lowered her head to greet her. "Dispense with the formalities. Come to me and talk." Noble consort Shui raised her hand to let Yu Shu come over. She also signaled for everyone else in the room to leave, leaving only Nanny Tao to serve by the side. Looking at noble consort Shui like this, Yu Shu felt pity in her heart. She obediently walked to her bedside and sat down on the embroidered stool that Nanny Tao had brought over. Noble consort Shui looked at her with gentle eyes and asked softly. Chapter 750. Ben Gong wants to ask you to calculate a person. Are you willing? Yu Shu had not thought that noble consort Shui had come for the death-ending strange art. After a slight hesitation, she answered cautiously, "This subject is bold enough to ask who Nyang Nyang is calculating." Noble consort Shui nonchalantly said, "You and Cheng Bai have known each other for so long. Has he ever mentioned the matter of the 10th princess?" Yu Shu stared unblinkingly at the ground. She said, "Supposedly, my brother almost became the son-in-law of the 10th princess. Later, because the 10th princess died of typhoid, the marriage was called off." Noble consort Shui faintly smiled. "You did not speak the truth. Has no one told you that the 10th princess was killed by someone?" Yu Shu's heart shook. She did not understand what she meant by this question. Did she want to say that it was rumored that Shui Xiaomei had pushed the 10th princess down the stairs, or was she implying that the 10th princess had actually been killed by Ning Wang? I've heard of it." Noble consort Shui tilted her head to look at her. "You really know how to play dumb. Fine, Ben Gong doesn't care if you know or not. If you help Ben Gong calculate the truth of the 10th princess's death, Ben Gong will reward you greatly." Yu Shu complained inside. This matter was not difficult. She had long calculated the cause of the 10th princess's death for Shui Rui. But for her to tell the truth to noble consort Shui in full detail, it was impossible. She understood. At this time, noble consort Shui wanted to investigate the cause of the 10th princess's death and point the spearhead at Ning Wang. If she calculated something, noble consort Shui would most likely use it to make a fuss. Yu Shu was slightly displeased. Noble consort Shui was clearly making it clear that she was going to be the one to stick out. Reporting to Nyang Nyang. Yu Shu rose from her seat. She lifted the hem of her robe and knelt down. "This subject is willing to give it a try, but this subject has to say that the death-ending strange art is not flawless. If it is not accurate, Nyang Nyang, please forgive me." Noble consort Shui slowly straightened and reached out to put a hand on Yu Shu's shoulder. She said in an amiable tone, "If you cannot make a decision, why don't you go back and discuss it with Qingbai? Ben Gong believes that you will not disappoint. Yu Shu suddenly felt a great deal of pressure and agreed submissively. She didn't want to stay a moment longer and immediately stood up to leave. Noble consort Xue didn't urge her to stay and asked Nanny Tao to send her off. When she walked out of the sleeping quarters, she realized that it was unreasonably warm inside. It was freezing cold outside, especially deep inside the palace. Everywhere was cold and cheerless. Nanny, please go back. There's no need to send me off. In the hallway outside the sleeping quarters, senior servant Tao stopped in her tracks and suddenly said, "Does official Yu know the imperial scholar of the Wenhua Palace, official Kong?" Yu Shu paused and looked back at the amiable face of the old nanny. Her heart was beating like a drum. Lord Kong of the Hall of Civil Splendor, wasn't he the Tanhua who had an affair with the 10th princess? Noble consort Xue even found out about this. I have seen Lord Kong before. Why would Nanny mention him? Yu Shu pretended to be confused again, but Granny Tao did not continue. She beckoned for Song Lan, who was not far away, to send Yu Shu out of the palace. It was already late when she walked out of the palace. Yu Shu didn't return to the Celestial Commissioner's office. Instead, she went to the Supreme Court. In the evening, Xue Rui came out of the yamen. When he turned his head, he saw the carriage parked by the side of the road. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes and he quickened his pace to walk over. Didn't I say that I would go find you tomorrow? Why did you come again? Xue Rui sat in the carriage. Yu Shu sighed and said, I told you that Her Highness asked me to enter the palace in the afternoon and gave me an errand. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go back and talk. Thus, the two of them returned to Baochong Street. When night fell, no one could stay in the garden. Yu Shu led Xue Rui to her north wing and had a secret discussion in the study of the east wing. She called on Beikue to stand guard outside the room and not allow anyone to come near. Yu Shu told Xue Rui everything that had happened in Zhongsue Palace in the afternoon. In the end, she said, don't blame me for being narrow-minded. I feel that Her Highness has investigated everything and only lacks concrete evidence. That's why she wants to use my mouth to testify against Prince Ning. I didn't say anything too definite and just agreed to leave some leeway. In the beginning, in order to investigate the cause of the 10th princess' death, she and Xue Rui had put in a lot of effort. The truth was often unexpected. The 10th princess had an affair with Kong Qi and wasn't willing to marry Xue Rui, so she schemed to frame Xue Jinxuan. Who knew that she was unlucky and jumped down from a building into the lake? She didn't survive the night before suddenly dying. The entire matter had been planned by Ning Wang. On one hand, it caused Empress Rui and Imperial Consort Xue to turn against each other, and on the other hand, it suppressed the Xue family. It was killing many birds with one stone. Emperor Zhao Qing had clearly found that there was something fishy about the 10th princess' death, but in order to protect Ning Wang, he let Xue Rui and Xue Jinxuan take the blame. Your concerns are correct, Xue Rui nodded and said, it seems that Aunt really wants to use this matter to deal with Ning Wang. Harming one's own brother, this was a heinous crime. If he was exposed, Ning Wang would face the condemnation of thousands of Dao protectors. One spit from each person would be enough to drown him. Yu Shu looked at him hesitantly. Guifei had me go out of the palace to discuss with you. It seems that she is very confident that you will stand on her side and convince me to stand up for her. Xue Rui's expression was a bit embarrassed. He slowly shook his head and said, and is confident that grandfather will stand on her side. At the court conference today, the great minister had announced Ning Wang as the regent of the country. This had caused a group of people to object. The reason that Xue Lingnan hadn't made a move wasn't just because he didn't want to alert the enemy. If he acted, he would succeed in one blow. Once he learned of Guifei's intentions, he definitely wouldn't let go of this good chance to attack Ning Wang. It wasn't important whether or not Yu Shu could accurately determine the cause of the 10th princess' death. What was important was that everyone knew the art of death. If she spoke, she could push Ning Wang into the heart of the struggle. As for the rest, Xue Rui believed that Xue Lingnan and Xue Guifei would have a foolproof plan. Yu Shu suddenly understood. No wonder I said that I might not be accurate, and Guifei Nyang didn't care. So she just wanted to borrow my name. Xue Rui felt restless. He didn't want to infect her with his emotions and walked to the rear window to open it for air. Yu Shu was depressed, but she couldn't bear to see him in a difficult position. She walked to his side and patted his back. She said, "Actually, this idea isn't bad. If you think it has a chance, then I will agree." Other people were afraid of Ning Wang's power, but she wasn't. That bastard had tried to kill her time and time again, and she was still holding a grudge for him. Xue Rui turned his head to look at her, but when he saw her expression that pressed forward with an indomitable will, his heart couldn't help but throb. He raised his hand and slid it to her shoulder, pulling the person into the crook of his arm. He said in a low voice, "Once the matter is exposed, Ning Wang will not sit and wait for death. This person is full of craftiness. If he is lucky enough to escape, you will become the target of public criticism. I will not let you take this risk." His attitude didn't allow for objection. It carried a forceful aura. Yu Shu wasn't displeased when she heard this. She felt that she was more important than anything else. She reached out to hug his waist and raised her head to smile at him. "It's enough to hear you say that. I'll tell you a secret. Don't be too surprised." She had wanted to tell Xue Rui for a long time. Because she wasn't sure if it was true or not, she had delayed it until today. Xue Rui hugged her and turned around. He closed the window with one hand to protect her from the cold wind. "What secret? Tell me." "When I returned to live, Yunhua told me that Emperor Anwu had left an ancestral teaching. All the emperors of our dynasty were chosen from the Book of Mystery Maiden." The arm on her shoulder suddenly tightened. Yu Shu looked at Xue Rui's incredulous expression and quickly said, "At first, I thought it was unreliable. But the Book of Mystery Maiden is indeed in Yunhua's hands." He wouldn't speak without thinking. "Think about it. Why is the emperor still not willing to appoint a crown prince? Why is Ning Wang supervising the country but not giving him a proper name?" With every sentence she said, Xue Rui's eyes became more serious. The clouds of doubt disappeared and he was shocked. He couldn't help but ask himself, "What is the Book of Mystery Maiden?" Yu Shu said, "The 6 founding instruments are the book, sword, ruler, cauldron, compass, and rui. The Book of Mystery Maiden should be the book referred to. We have seen the magic of the Tai Ching cauldron and the 7-star ruler. Now, even if someone told me that this book is a heavenly book, I would believe it." Yet Xue Rui had never clearly understood why Yunhua would flee all over the place after he stole the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens. Yunhua was clearly aware that Xue Rui had been adopted by his foster father, yet Yunhua was able to endure and not reveal himself. "Let's wait. Jin Ke has already invited him to the capital on my behalf. When we see him, we must ask him this time." Jin Ke returned to the capital yesterday and brought the news that the mother and daughter of the Jiang family had left safely. Xue Rui persuaded him to look for Yunhua, so he left the capital without stopping. Thinking that they would soon be able to see the true appearance of the Book of Mystery Maiden, Yu Shu and Xue Rui seemed to be impatient. "I will go back to deal with grandfather first. If aunt summons you to the palace again, you can pretend to be courteous to her for the time being. We will make plans after we see Yunhua." Yu Shu nodded and agreed. Xue Rui reluctantly let go of her and picked up the cloak that was hanging on the hanger. When he saw that she was following him step by step, he turned around and hugged her once more. Chapter 751. As Shui Rui had expected, when he left Baochong Street and returned to the Prime Minister's Fu, Shui Lingnan was already waiting for him. The grandfather and grandson talked for a long time in the study. They couldn't help but disagree on whether or not to use the 10th princess's death to suppress Ning Wang. Shui Lingnan had found out the truth 2 years ago. It wasn't that he didn't collect evidence that pointed to Ning Wang, but because Emperor Zhao Qing wanted to protect him, he had no choice but to give up. Now that Emperor Zhao Qing was beyond cure and Ning Wang was only one step away from the position of Crown Prince, Shui Lingnan and Imperial Consort Shui both thought that if they didn't act now, it would be too late when Ning Wang stabilized his position in the Eastern Palace. So they decided to act. What surprised Shui Rui was that Imperial Consort Shui had managed to secretly swap one of the 10th princess's personal palace maids out of the palace. This palace maid happened to know everything about the 10th princess and Kong Qi's private dealings. Also, when the 10th princess jumped down from Guanhai Tower, it was this palace maid who had brought Shui Jinshuan to the scene of the incident. Kong Qi is controlled by Ning Wang. I have a way to make him bite back at Ning Wang. But no matter if it's the palace maid or Kong Qi testifying against Ning Wang, it won't be enough to attract attention. The best is to have Yuri Mei use the name of the art of death and cooperate with you to put on a show in the morning court. Only then can we catch Ning Wang off guard. Shui Lingnan's tone was as though everything was ready and waiting for the final push. He didn't even consider if Shui Rui would refuse his arrangements. Grandfather, have you ever thought that if we do this, the 10th princess's reputation will be completely ruined? Will the Empress ignore this? Shui Rui didn't want Yushu to bear the risk of failure and changed the topic. Shui Lingnan said coldly, do you think the Empress didn't detect the 10th princess's strange death? In order to protect her daughter's innocence, she caused your aunt to lose her child. It was the Empress who was heartless first. Now, I don't have to worry. Will she stop us from targeting Ning Wang to protect the 10th princess's reputation? Shui Rui felt the irony. Just as Shui Lingnan said, if it was to suppress Ning Wang. Even if the scandal of the 10th princess having an affair with another person was exposed, the Empress would probably bite her teeth and swallow it. It seemed that his grandfather and aunt had already discussed this in secret. They were just waiting for him to act as a lobbyist and use Yushu's reputation to increase their odds of success. Shui Lingnan's eyes were vicious. Shui Rui hesitated. What's wrong? Is it that the young lady is unwilling to take the lead? Shui Rui quickly retracted his expression. He lowered his head and said, why is she unwilling? Ning Wang sees her as a thorn in his side because of the death-ending wondrous art and wants nothing more than to get rid of her. It wasn't that she didn't want to have a chance to help, but she wasn't alone. Her entire family depended on her. If she couldn't expose Ning Wang's crimes this time, the one who would suffer the most would be her. She and I are like siblings, I can't let a girl like her take this risk. Shui Lingnan stared at Shui Rui for a while and suddenly sneered. He said, like siblings. You really think that my old eyes can't see? You and that Yu Lianfang clearly have an affair, right? Shui Rui's back stiffened slightly. When he raised his head, he revealed a face of shock. How can this be? How can you misunderstand me and her? Enough, Shui Lingnan impatiently interrupted his sophistry and almost bluntly exposed him. Last time, you lied to me and said that there was a girl you liked. You lied that it was Princess Chun Wei of the Prince of Dongjing's residence and I believed it. But when you learned that the Jiang family mother and daughter had escaped Jing, you didn't show any worry or abnormality. I could see that you were wrong. Also, you have always been steady in your conduct, but for a girl, you used your position to take revenge. You beat Yin Zhorong's youngest son into a cripple, and you still dare to say that you didn't have an affair with that girl. Shui Rui grimaced inwardly. So he had given himself away during the escape of the Jiang family mother and daughter, and his grandfather had discovered the clues. You don't have to hide it. Today is not the past. If it was 2 months ago, if I knew that you liked a wild girl of shady origins, would not have agreed no matter what. But now the situation has changed. As long as she agrees to expose Ning Wang, I will no longer interfere with your matters. After the matter is over, if you want to marry her, I will send someone to her family to propose. Shui Rui had never thought that Xue Lingnan would say such a thing. He was speechless as he listened to the magnanimous tone. He confirmed that the other was not joking and instantly became suspicious. He had originally thought that his grandfather knew the secret of the Graydon calamity, and suspected that the two murders in LoveLore Library were secretly instigated by him in order to assassinate the Fate Breaker and disturb the imperial family of the Graydon. But why did his grandfather act as if he did not know that Yu Shu was the Fate Breaker, and did not know the power of the Fate Breaker? What was the explanation for Chief Steward Su, who was wanted on the imperial list, and the sudden disappearance of the LoveLore Library? Was his grandfather deliberately confusing him, or did he have a misunderstanding? Many thoughts flashed through Shui Rui's mind, but it was only a matter of an instant. When he met Xue Lingnan's hawk-like gaze, he reacted quickly, revealing a surprised and doubtful expression. He said, "You really agree to let me marry her?" Xue Lingnan expressionlessly asked him, "Is this old man someone who doesn't keep his word?" Shui Rui clenched his fists, unable to disguise his excitement as he said, "I know, I will go find her tomorrow." Xue Lingnan pursed his lips in a satisfied smile, and then exhorted him with a few words. It was nothing more than telling him to be careful and not reveal his tracks. Shui Rui agreed one by one. Finally, taking advantage of Xue Lingnan's good mood, he asked for permission to visit Xue Lingnan's mother in the backyard. When Shui Rui walked out of the study room, it was already the middle of the night. The courtyard was very quiet. Bao De was walking in front with a lantern in his hand, illuminating the way. If he were to turn his head around, he would be able to see a pair of eyes that were darker than the night sky. Not long after he left, a black shadow flashed into the study. Xue Lingnan sat motionless behind the mahogany marble table, looking at the person as if he was used to it. He slowly spat out a turbid breath and said tiredly, "Go back and tell your master that Qing Bai does not know much and will not affect the overall situation." The person in the shadow said in a low voice, "I implore the Prime Minister to explain in detail so that I can go back and report." Xue Lingnan frowned. Although he was unhappy, he still opened his mouth and said, "He probably only knows who the Graydon Calamity is and who the Fate Breaker is, but he does not know how to break the Fate Breaker or what happened." "Many thanks, Prime Minister. This one asks to be excused." The window door gently opened and closed without a sound. The candlestick on the study table flickered with a bright yellow flame, illuminating the countless wrinkles on Xue Lingnan's face and revealing his old age. Yesterday, the great minister had announced that Ning Wang was supervising the country. The entire court had been shocked and the news had spread through the city. Yu Shu did not know what had changed in the other yamens, but when she came to the Celestial Commissioner office today, she clearly found that something was different. At the clock tower, she had encountered two officials from the Tai Qing Bureau talking loudly about how wise it was for the emperor to appoint Ning Wang as the supervisor of the country. Yu Shu couldn't help but glance at the two. The other detected her gaze and did not come forward to greet her. Instead, they raised their necks and walked away. Yu Shu raised an eyebrow and turned to go to Kunling Bureau. She had only taken a few steps when someone lightly followed her and said in her ear, "Left Magistrate Chao is His Highness Ning Wang's maternal uncle." This time, the Tai Qing Bureau has straightened its back. Left Magistrate Chao was the senior officer of the Tai Qing Bureau. Ning Wang was in power. It was no wonder that the people of the Tai Qing Bureau were cocky. She glanced at Wen Xiao and who was walking silently and asked him, "Today is a double day. Shouldn't you be going to LoveLore Library for lessons? Why did you run over?" Wen Xiao then said dispiritedly, "Such a big thing has happened, this subordinate doesn't have the mood to study. Darren has good self-restraint and doesn't seem to be in a hurry at all." Yu Shu lightly snorted and teased him, "You can't keep your composure. What did I usually teach you? Even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up." "I don't worry, what are you worried about?" However, this boy had the self-awareness of being her trusted aide and couldn't let Ning Wang have an easy time. This point was worth praising. The two chatted as they entered Kunling Bureau. Yu Shu finally found that Wen Shao and wasn't an exception. The subordinates and officials all had dispirited expressions and their complexions weren't good. The entire bureau was filled with a dispiritedness that could be seen with the naked eye. This wasn't surprising. Jing Chen and Lu Tan had been fellow Shishu and nieces at Mount Longhu. Many people knew this. Adding on that she and Shui Rui called each other brother and sister, Kunling Bureau had become one of respect for King Wang's faction. Everyone was in danger. Yu Shu was infected by this group of people and couldn't laugh. Otherwise, she would appear too heartless. The entire morning passed in a heavy atmosphere until the chief supervisor sent someone to summon her. Her intuition told her that the chief supervisor would not be looking for her at this time. She was careful along the way. When she arrived at Tai Shi Lu, she entered the door and saw Jing Chen sitting to the right of the chief supervisor with an unhappy expression. Her heart jumped. Zhu Muzhao smiled at Yu Shu and waved his hand pleasantly, saying, "You are here. Sit quickly." He pointed at the chair opposite Jing Chen for her to sit down and then said, "Yunhua and I were good friends when he was alive. Yunhua and I were good friends when he was alive. Although I didn't watch Jing Chen grow up, I saw him as a nephew. His parents are not around, and His Majesty is worried about him. This morning, when he left the capital for Huajian Garden, His Majesty entrusted the matter of his marriage to me. I asked Jing Chen privately and knew that he was interested in you. So I volunteered to be a matchmaker and help the two of you get together. You don't need to be embarrassed. Give me a definite answer today so that I can arrange your marriage." Yu Shu was stunned. She didn't forget to do a divination before going to bed last night. Why didn't she predict that the chief supervisor would come out today to help her get a matchmaker? She suddenly turned her head to look at Jing Chen and shouted at him with her eyes, "What's going on?" Jing Chen returned a helpless expression to her. He stood up and said to Zhu Muzhao, "Uncle, she is a girl and has a mother. How can she decide on her own marriage? Why don't you let her go home and discuss it with Madame Yu before giving a reply?" Zhu Muzhao's smile didn't fade. He glanced at him and then looked at Yu Shu again. "That's fine. Go back and talk to your family and give me a definite answer tomorrow." Yu Shu opened her mouth to refuse, but Jing Chen turned his back to the chief supervisor and stopped her with his eyes. Yu Shu jumped over his shoulder and saw the chief supervisor slowly put away his smile and his eyes that seemed to be covered with fog. Her heart trembled and she swallowed her saliva. "I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly in one night. Let me go back and think about it. I will give you an answer the day after tomorrow, okay?" Zhu Muzhao looked at her indifferently and said, "Okay. To be continued." Chapter 752. Yu Shu and Jing Chen walked out of Tai Shi Lu one after the other. The former had a gloomy expression while the latter had a forbearing expression. No one spoke until they entered Kunling Ju. Yu Shu slowed her steps and let Jing Chen walk in front. Under the furtive glances of several pairs of eyes, she followed him to the second floor. As soon as the two figures disappeared at the top of the stairs, several heads popped out from the waiting room and stretched their necks to look upstairs. "Why did you come back with Yuling Darren? What were the two of them talking about upstairs?" Yu Shu closed the door and turned around, almost bumping into Jing Chen's chest. "Xiao Yu, don't be angry. Listen to me. Don't explain." She gently pushed him away and walked 2 steps around him. She turned around and said, "I don't blame you. I'm guessing that you didn't know beforehand." Jing Chen nodded. This morning, the emperor departed for Huajian Garden. He and the Grand Commissioner were in the queue to see him off. After the imperial carriage left Anling City, they returned to the Celestial Commissioner. As soon as they sat down in Tai Shi Lu, the Grand Commissioner mentioned Emperor Zhao Qing's request and sent someone to Kunlingju to find Yu Shu. He didn't give him any room to refuse. Yu Shu snorted coldly. The Grand Commissioner definitely knows that you told me the secret of the great calamity, so he doesn't need to hide it in front of me. If the soft approach doesn't work, then use the hard approach. She dared to say that when the Grand Commissioner proposed the marriage at Tai Shi Lu, if she refused in front of him, it would break the last remaining layer of window paper. The Grand Commissioner would definitely not be polite to her. Jing Chen worriedly said, when he asks for your answer the day after tomorrow, what will you do? Yu Shu paced back and forth. She couldn't come up with an idea after thinking about it. Just as her mind was in a mess, Jing Chen hesitantly said, if it really doesn't work, just agree first. Just agree to it first. It will take some time to prepare for the wedding. We can drag it out as long as we can. You make it sound so easy. Yu Shu mumbled. She had hidden this from Shui Rui. If she agreed to help him, what would Shui Rui think if he heard about it? Which man in this world could calmly face the news that the woman he loved was going to marry his rival in love, even if it was fake? No matter how she thought about it, no matter how she answered the question. It was best to report this to Shui Rui in advance. Are you afraid that that person will misunderstand? Jing Chen suddenly asked. Which person? Yu Shu was absent-minded. He didn't understand. The person you like. Jing Chen slowed down his tone. Haven't you told him about what happened between you and me? Ah. Yu Shu's eyes darted around. She turned her head to hide her guilty conscience. This is a matter of life and death. How could I tell him? She could only quietly apologize to Jing Chen in her heart. It wasn't that she deliberately lied to him. It was that she didn't want to expose Shui Rui. After all, Jing Chen and Shui Rui were brothers. She couldn't be sure that Jing Chen wouldn't hold a grudge after knowing the relationship between her and Shui Rui. The two brothers didn't wait for the day to recognize each other before they became enemies. Thinking about it, she felt guilty, even though she was the most innocent person. I'll go back and think of a way. You stay here. Yu Shu said and left in a hurry. She didn't notice Jing Chen's probing eyes behind her. Yu Shu left early from Kunling Bureau with her two inseparable followers. She worried about how to confess to Shui Rui that she was forced to marry. When she walked to the gate of the Celestial Commissioner, she saw a familiar carriage parked on the opposite street. She couldn't help but want to turn around and hide. This person really can't be nagged. She walked over with a gloomy face. The coachman, Lao Chui, quickly put down a small stool for her to step on. He opened the heavy leather curtain with one hand. Yu Shu stuck her head in. Half of her body was still outside the carriage. She saw the person sitting next to Shui Rui. She was so surprised that she opened her mouth wide and hurriedly went into the carriage. Jean Ke smiled and said, "Little sister, why are you so happy to see me?" In the beginning, when Shui Rui introduced Yu Shu to Jean Ke, he addressed her as his sworn sister. Jean Ke had always considered himself as Shui Rui's older brother, so he followed suit and addressed her as little sister. Yu Shu was so excited that she couldn't close her mouth. Seeing Jean Ke at this time was like seeing her savior. "Jean Daxia, you're back so soon," she moved closer to him and said in a low voice, "Is Mr. Yenya here too?" It was inconvenient to mention Yunhua's name outside, so she addressed him by his wild name. Jean Ke said with a stern face, "Don't call me master. Just call me big brother like little brother." "Yes, big brother." Yu Shu readily accepted his advice. She didn't care that Shui Rui had never called him that before. She asked with a shy face, you came back alone. Jin-ko also moved forward like she did. He pouted at Shui-rui's direction and winked at her. Godfather also came. Yushu followed his gaze and looked at Shui-rui. It was not difficult to notice that even though Shui-rui pretended to be indifferent, he was actually the same as her. He was happy for Yunhua's timely arrival. Where is the master? Are we going to see him now? Don't worry, he is staying in the south of the city. That place is not easy to find. It is also not convenient to go during the day. When it gets dark, I will send you there quietly. I guarantee that no one will know. Jin-ko patted his chest and guaranteed. Yushu nodded repeatedly. It was not convenient to move during the day. If they were followed, it would be harmful to Yunhua. Shui-rui said to her, Jin-ko came back this morning. He first walked around Baochang Street and found that there were more than 10 spies lying in ambush around your house. They surrounded the inside and outside of your house. There are people watching your every move. Don't let your guard down. When it gets dark, change into clothes that are easy to walk in and wait in your room. You don't have to do anything. Jin-ko will bring you out. Yushu was secretly shocked, but she also knew why there were so many spies in front of her house. The three of them carefully confirmed tonight's action. Shui-rui sent Yushu home and left. In the end, Yushu couldn't tell him that she had already started to prepare to risk her life for Jingqin. Shui-rui also couldn't tell her about Xuelingnan's arrangements. The two of them carefully explored their future. They both hoped that after they saw Yunhua tonight, everything would be explained. At night, Yushu had dinner early. She sent away the maidservants in the house and stated that she was going to perform divination tonight. No one was allowed to disturb her. Only Nbaikue was left outside to keep watch. After closing the door, Yushu rummaged through the wardrobe and found a set of dark-colored cotton-padded clothes and trousers. Then, she tied her long hair on top of her head. She put on a gray leather hat and a pair of cotton shoes with 1,000 layers of soles. After she was ready, she sat by the bed and waited. At about 7:00, she stared at the candlelight on the table. Suddenly, she heard an owl's cry outside the window behind the house. She immediately stood up and opened the window. It was dark outside. Suddenly, a hand came out and grabbed the windowsill with a few fingers. Fortunately, Yushu was brave. She wasn't frightened by him. The terrain behind the house was low. The window was about 6 or 7 feet above the ground. Jin-ko jumped in lightly. He was dressed in night clothes. He was wrapped tightly from head to toe. Only his eyes were exposed, shining brightly. He glanced at what Yushu was wearing. His eyes curved and he handed her a bag. A low voice came from behind the mask. Wrap yourself outside. Don't make a sound. Yushu thought she was wearing the same nocturnal clothes as him, but when she opened the bundle, she found a large black cloak. She didn't ask much and put it on as he said. Jin-ko nodded and jumped out of the window. Little sister, jump down. Don't be afraid. You won't fall. Yushu used her hands and feet to climb up the window. She looked at the dark ground, swallowed her saliva, and jumped down. She didn't expect a pair of hands to grab her knees. Before her feet could touch the ground, she was carried on someone's shoulder. Her vision blurred, and she flew up. She almost didn't cry out. The wind whistled in her ears, and the light and shadow flowed backward. Jin-ko was like a flying arrow, carrying her effortlessly on the roofs and walls. Before Yushu could recover, she was brought out of the mansion by him. After running for a while, they stopped at an unfamiliar alley. Only then did he put her down on the ground. He helped the dizzy and blurry Yushu into the sedan that had been prepared a long time ago. He and Gue Lu, one in front and one behind, quickly carried her away. After an hour, Yushu met up with Shui Rui in a simple and crude inn in the south of the city. She'd vomited on the way, and her countenance was ghastly pale. Jean Ko followed her with an apologetic face and explained to Shui Rui in a low voice, "I ran a little too fast." Yushu let Shui Rui help her to sit down. She waved her hand and said, "It's not your fault. I ate too much for dinner." There were only 3 of them in the room, and Gue Lu was outside. Shui Rui poured hot water for her and said, "Mr. Yenya is nearby. You can rest for a while before we go." Yushu took a few sips of hot tea to warm her stomach. She shook her head and said, "No, I'm fine. Let's go." She really couldn't wait. Shui Rui had no choice but to take out a disguise from the lacquer box on the tea table. He raised her chin and added a few pockmarks on her face. He also drew 2 thick eyebrows for her. Yushu touched her face. She didn't know what he had done to her, but when she saw that he only stuck 2 mustaches on his lips and still looked elegant, she felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" Jean Ko laughed dryly. Shui Rui didn't answer. He straightened her fur hat and pulled her up, saying, "You'll know when we get there." The 3 of them came out from the back door and separated into 2 groups. When they reached the street, Jean Ko disappeared in a flash. It was already midnight. There were few pedestrians on the road. Most of the shops on the street were closed. Only one tavern was still lit. In a daze, Yushu followed Shui Rui and walked for a while, turning left and right. Suddenly, she heard the sound of music from afar. She didn't know how many street corners they had turned, but the scene suddenly changed. She was intoxicated by the fragrance of colorful flowers. Oh my, there was a brothel hidden in this place. "Oh, young master, come to our sky fragrance courtyard. Sir, please come in and have a drink to warm your body. How about I sing a song for you?" The street was so narrow that not even a carriage could enter, but there was a group of enchanting women squeezing in front of their doors and giggling. Colorful handkerchiefs fluttered in the air, dazzling Yushu's eyes. If she wasn't careful, she would almost be pulled in. Shui Rui pulled her back imperceptibly, and with a cold expression, he waved away a few prostitutes that were blocking his path. Not only did he not make anyone afraid, there was instead a young woman who giggled in a silly manner. She stared fixedly at Shui Rui's rarely seen handsome face and winked at him. "Big brother, you're so strong." Then she reached out to touch Shui Rui's chest. Her long, hooked nails, in Yushu's eyes, looked like the claws of a white-boned spirit. Her eyes lit up. She didn't wait for Shui Rui to dodge. She slapped the claws away and squeezed in front of him. She pushed him with her hands. No matter if she touched the girl's chest or shoulder, she only cared about moving forward. She slapped left and right, and she didn't know how many hands she hit. She opened a path for Shui Rui. Along the way, she didn't let any seductors touch him. Shui Rui looked at her and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that she was about to go too far, he hurriedly grabbed her and whispered, "We're here." Yushu stopped and looked up. There was a horizontal board hanging on the door of the brothel. The board had the words "Red Flower House" written on it. It was very vulgar. The prostitutes at the door quickly stuck to them like flies. This time, Shui Rui didn't push them away. Instead, he pulled Yushu inside. He called the brothel keeper and threw a silver ingot to her. "I heard that you have a Miss Chanqian here." The brothel keeper quickly put the ingot into her sleeve. Her expression was awkward. "I'm here to look for Chanqian. Coincidentally, she's not feeling well today. She hasn't received any customers for the whole day. How about we change someone else? How about letting Yan Yan serve you?" Shui Rui took out another ingot. He waved it in front of her. The brothel keeper's expression immediately changed. Oh, look at my memory. Qian wasn't feeling well yesterday, but she's fine today. Please come upstairs. This servant will call her out to meet the customers. The two of them followed her upstairs. The stairs were narrow and could only accommodate one person. Yushu walked at the back. When the brothel keeper wasn't paying attention, she pinched his waist. Shui was in pain. He turned around and looked at her. Yushu glared at him. What Qian and Yen? Where the hell is this place? Shui's eyes were innocent. He paused for a moment and leaned over to her ear. He whispered, "You'll know when you see her." Yushu let him go. They followed the brothel keeper to a room at the top of the second floor. The brothel keeper knocked on the door and said, "Qian, there's a guest here. Hurry up and get dressed." After a while, a sweet voice came from inside. "Mom, wait for me to put on my clothes." A layer of goosebumps appeared on Yushu's body when she heard the voice, and she waited patiently outside the door. During this period of time, she stole a few glances at Shui, and she noticed that his chin was tightly clenched, so she knew that he wasn't completely looking forward to their next meeting. She could completely understand that this time was different from the last time. When they met Yunhua at the return residence, Shui didn't know that Yunhua was his father at all. This time, however, it was a real meeting between father and son. No matter who it was, if they had never seen their biological father since they were young, they would definitely feel at a loss when they suddenly had to meet their biological father after 20 years. Not long after, footsteps could be heard from the other side of the door. It sounded like someone was dragging their shoes to open the door. Creak. The door opened a gap, but the person inside did not come out. Instead, he dragged his feet and went inside again. The brothel keeper smiled at them apologetically and pushed the door open. "Sir, please go in. Qian is waiting." As she spoke, she pulled Yushu. "Little brother, follow me downstairs to listen to some music. Don't stay here and hinder your young master." It turned out that the brothel keeper treated Yushu as a servant. Before her face darkened, Shui separated the brothel keeper and sent her away with a few words. He then pulled Yushu into the room and closed the door from the inside. Yushu stepped on his foot indignantly and took the lead to walk in. When she raised her head, she was stunned. The room was not big. There were 2 partitions inside and outside. A layer of gauze hung on the wall, and 2 screens blocked the door. There was a low couch on the opposite side of the room, and it was covered with a rose-red mattress. A person was sitting cross-legged on the mattress. He was wearing a red coat and a fluffy shawl. His hair was tied up, and his hair was tied up with red hairpins and jade rings. His face was pretty, but he had a pair of slanted eyes. No matter how she looked at him, he looked familiar. You aren't you that who?" The person rolled his eyes and flung the shawl off his shoulders. "Xiao Zhu. I'm Xiao Zhu. What kind of memory do you have?" Yushu suddenly understood. Wasn't this brothel girl called Qian the boy they met in Ancien? "So you're a girl." "Ba, Xiao Zhu grumbled unhappily. "Who's a girl?" "I'm a man, I guarantee you're the real deal." Yushu clicked her tongue in wonder. She stared at him and said, "Really? I can't tell at all." Xiao Zhu glared at her. "Same here. I couldn't tell you were a girl the first time I saw you." The two of them started bickering the moment they met. Shui stood at the side. He was much more at ease than when he entered the room. He looked around, and his gaze finally fell on a door in the inner room. As if in response to his gaze, the door was gently pulled open from the inside. The bead curtain was moved, and a black marten coat came into view. First was a pair of brand new boots, then a pearl belt, and finally a pair of amorous peach blossom eyes. His whole person walked out of the darkness. There was suddenly no sound in the room. Yushu's words were stuck in her throat. She looked at the man who suddenly appeared. Her mind was a little slow. Yunhua was dressed much more neatly than the last time they met. His hair was no longer disheveled, and he was no longer dressed in linen clothes and cloth shoes. He looked very spirited. If it were not for the white hair at his temples that revealed his age, he would have mesmerized many young girls. Yushu guessed that he probably changed his clothes to give a good impression to Shuirui. She turned to look at Shuirui, and then compared him to Yunhua. She had to admit that although the father and son did not look alike, if they stood together, based on their temperament alone, no one would deny that they were father and son. "You're here." Yunhua nodded gently at Shuirui. There was an indescribable heat in his eyes. Yushu blinked and suddenly reacted. She looked at him in surprise. You can speak." Although Yunhua's voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears, and one could not even hear what he said if they did not pay attention, he did make a sound. He was not a mute like she previously thought. Shuirui frowned. Yunhua stared at him intently. Zhao Xiaozhu was afraid that they would misunderstand, so he quickly explained on Yunhua's behalf, "Foster father's throat is indeed burned. It's not that he can't speak, it's that he can't speak. I haven't heard him speak for many years. Who knew that he would ignore all of you the moment he saw you?" As he spoke, he turned around to support Yunhua. He wanted to help him sit down and rebuked him in a low voice, "Don't make a sound. You'll cough up blood again later. I'll go and prepare a pen and paper." Yunhua gently pushed Zhao Xiaozhu's arm away. He shook his head and refused his support. He took a step forward and stood in front of Shuirui. He met Shuirui's deep gaze and smiled. He said slowly and stubbornly, "Shining, this is the name your mother gave you. She hoped that you would live up to your name and live a peaceful life." Chapter 753. Yun Mufeng's original name was Lu Yen. He was from Yang. He and his first wife, Han Ling, were childhood friends. Han Ling's father was a scholar. He failed many times, so he opened a private school to teach and educate people. Because Han Ling's mother died early, he raised his daughter alone. When Han Ling was 5 years old, the neighbors moved, and a pair of master and disciple moved in. They called themselves the Jianghu. The little disciple was Lu Yen. He was only 3 years older than Han Ling. The master and disciple made a living by selling fortunes on Wanxiang Street. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years passed. Lu Yen and Han Ling grew up together. Gradually, they developed an extraordinary friendship. However, Lu Yan's master's whereabouts were uncertain. He often traveled outside for a year and a half. Han Ling's father originally looked down on Lu Yan, who had no parents. However, because he was ill in his later years, he was afraid that one day he would pass away and no one would take care of his beloved daughter. Seeing that Lu Yan sincerely wanted to marry him, he entrusted Han Ling to him and arranged the marriage for the two. In the 11th year of Baotai, in the 7th month, Lu Yan and Han Ling got married. In the autumn of the same year, Lu Yan went to the capital to attend the Dian examination. He changed his name to Changzhou's Yun Mufeng. After he left, Han Ling found out that she was pregnant. She happily asked someone to send a letter to the capital to share this good news with her husband. However, she didn't know that there was no Lu Yan in Anling City. There was only Yunhua, who was appointed as the princess's husband by the emperor. You must have heard what happened next. After they met, Yunhua insisted on using his hoarse and deep voice to personally narrate to Shuirui the story of how he and Madame Han got to know each other 20 years ago. He didn't describe the deep relationship he had with Madame Han in detail, nor did he repent of his mistakes in front of Shui Rui. But from the perspective of a bystander, Yushu was able to sense his reminiscence and guilt towards Madame Han. It wasn't only because he'd let her down, but most importantly, it was because he truly and deeply loved this wife of his who'd been close friends with him since they were young, so he revealed his true feelings. Yushu looked at Shui Rui. Shui Rui was listening to Yunhua attentively from the beginning to the end. He paid attention to every single word that Shui Rui said, and he did not pretend to be indifferent because of his prejudice against Yunhua. After a short moment of being absent-minded, Shui Rui recovered his initial calm, and he stared fixedly at Yunhua as he said, "After returning to the capital from Ancien, Shu told me about the agreement between you and her. At that time, I guessed my identity. Later, I sent people to Yiyang County to investigate and finally confirmed that I was the person you wanted her to find. Now that she brought me to you, shouldn't you fulfill the agreement and take out the Book of Mystic Fairies 6 Rens?" There was a hint of sadness in Yunhua's eyes. When he heard this, his expression did not change. Instead, he turned to look at Yushu and said slowly, "I should thank you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to see me." It was obviously words of gratitude, but Yushu felt a little awkward when she heard it. She always felt that Yunhua was a little pitiful. She tried to speak for a long time, but she still could not divert Shui Rui's attention. What followed was not a plot of a father and son reuniting and crying, but a transaction with a clear price tag. Objectively speaking, Yunhua was indeed a bastard who abandoned his wife and son, but no one knew better than Yushu that his original intention was to complete his master's order, but because of it, he lost the second half of his life. He caused the death of 2 women who loved him deeply. He was more distressed than anyone else when he lost his own flesh and blood. Zhao Xiaozhu could not help but interrupt, "Second brother, don't blame foster father for not looking for you all these years. He knew that you have become the young master of the Prime Minister's residence, so he did not dare to meet you. The imperial court has been sending people to hunt him down. We can't stay anywhere for long. If it weren't for eldest brother coming out of isolated cultivation last year and achieving great mastery in martial arts, we would still be in hiding." Shui Rui was unmoved. He said, "Let's talk about these things later. What we need now is the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens." Yushu knew that she could not betray her teammate at this critical juncture. No matter how much she sympathized with Yunhua, she could not forget the important matter at hand. So, she quickly echoed, "Yes, we need to take a look at the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens first." Zhao Xiaozhu's expression became anxious. He wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Yunhua. Yunhua extended his hand and handed it to him. Zhao Xiaozhu gloomily helped him sit down on the low couch. Then, he turned around and went into the house. Yushu originally thought that he had gone to get the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens, but she did not expect him to slam the door from the inside and not come out again. She looked strangely at the tightly shut door and turned around to ask Yunhua, "What is he doing inside?" Without waiting for Yunhua to answer, Zhao Xiaozhu's voice came from the house, "Didn't you guys want to see that annoying heavenly book? My eldest brother and I have sworn that we will never take a look at that damned thing in our lifetime. If you guys want to see it, go ahead and see it yourselves." Humph, when Yushu heard him shouting, she was surprised at first. Then, she was afraid that his voice was too loud and would attract people over. She quickly moved closer to the door and said, "Shoo, don't shout. What if someone hears you?" "Hear what?" "My eldest brother is squatting on the roof. Whoever dares to eavesdrop on us will be courting death." Only then did Yushu feel relieved. She walked back to Shui Rui's side and said to Yunhua, "So, the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens is with you?" Yunhua nodded and gestured for Shui Rui to come forward. He then said to Yushu, "Little girl, turn around first. Wait for me to call you before you turn around." This time, Yushu was clever. She immediately guessed that Yunhua kept the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens close to his body. It was inevitable that he would have to undress to retrieve it. So, she obediently turned around and did not look at it. Just after she turned around, Yunhua took off his warm fur coat and untied his belt. After the layers of his clothes were unbuttoned, a circle of bright red bamboo slips could be seen wrapped around his waist. The color was as if it was dyed with blood, and it made people's hearts palpitate. However, what shocked Shui Rui even more were the scars on Yunhua's body that looked like alopecia areata. The ugly brownish-red scars occupied his entire chest. This is... How did you do this? Yunhua turned around and asked Shui Rui to untie the nylon rope that bound the bamboo slips from his back. He said casually, in order to steal it, I set a fire in the Celestial Commissioner's office. When I escaped, I protected it on my chest. When Shui Rui's hand touched the circle of bamboo slips, he was surprised to find that it was not made of bamboo, but of hard iron bars. It was conceivable that Yunhua had hidden it on his chest, but he was severely burned by it. Once again, he felt shocked, and his fingers trembled slightly. When he was in the Supreme Court, he had seen a lot of torture. He knew that the punishment of being burned could make a person feel worse than death. Even a 7-foot-tall man with bronze muscles and bones of iron would kneel and beg. In order to obtain the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens, Yunhua could even endure the pain of being burned. How precious was this legendary head of the 6 artifacts that founded the nation? Shui Rui silently helped him take down the heavy iron book. He held it and stood to the side. He watched Yunhua slowly put on his clothes. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a circle of cotton cloth wrapped around Yunhua's waist. Yunhua's pale skin was exposed at the corner. He could not help but ask, have you always been carrying it on you? Yunhua lowered his head and fastened his belt. When he heard this, he said, I take it off when I take a bath. He paused and suddenly realized something. He raised his head and happened to see Shui Rui's worried gaze. He instantly smiled and said to him. Chapter 754. Yushu turned around and listened to the conversation between the father and son. She didn't know what Shui Rui had seen and what the Book of Mystery Maiden looked like. She was extremely curious in her heart, and there were a few times when she couldn't help but want to turn around, yet she was afraid that she would see something she shouldn't see. Right when she was about to make a move, she heard Shui Rui calling her, Shu, come here. Yushu felt as if she had been pardoned. She turned her head and saw Shui Rui holding a dazzling red light in his hand. Yunhua had put on his clothes and was sitting behind him. He was pouring tea and drinking water. Is this the Book of Mystery Women? Her eyes stared straight ahead. She quickly stepped forward and held up a corner of the red light in Shui Rui's hand. She was suddenly shocked. It was so heavy. Yunhua explained unhurriedly, this thing is neither iron nor copper. It is a rare crystal stone. It cannot be melted by fire or melted by water. It is as hard as a rock. I flipped through ancient books and did not find anything similar, so I took the liberty of naming it Mysterious Crystal Stone. The Book of Mystery Women is made up of 81 mysterious crystals. Each mysterious crystal stone is about 5 inches and 7 centimeters long and 2 and 8 centimeters wide. 36 words are engraved on the front. The whole book has a total of 2,916 words. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Yushu had already moved closer to take a look. She saw a few blurry pictures engraved on one side of the crystal book, and the other side was engraved with densely packed small words. She read 2 lines and felt that her eyes were filled with books from heaven. She could not understand what was written on it at all. This is seal script. When Shui Rui saw the look of utter despair on her face, he recalled that she was illiterate. He suddenly smiled. I told you to practice your calligraphy more often, but you didn't listen. You can't even recognize the seal script. As he spoke, he gently took the crystal book and placed it on the long table in front of Yunhua. He unfolded the book and looked at the text first. Yushu leaned over, craned her neck, and asked, "What is written on it?" In her eyes, the seal script of the pre-Qin dynasty was no different from scribbling. There was not even a punctuation mark. It would be strange if she could understand it. Shui Rui furrowed his eyebrows and shook his head hesitantly. The words written here are not organized. They are messy and disorderly. I can't understand them either. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yunhua together with Yushu and waited for his answer. Of course you won't understand it if you look at it like this. This is not an article to begin with. Yunhua reached out and pinched a corner of the crystal book. She flipped it over and pushed it in front of Shui Rui and Yushu. She pointed at the picture engraved on the back and explained to them. I just said that there are nearly 3,000 seal writing engraved on the front, and there are 2 diagrams on the back. One is called The Essentials of Governing a State, and it is an instruction left to the descendants of the royal family of an dynasty by our ancestors. The other is called The Divine Lesson of the Tai Gu, and it is a peerless technique for interpreting the seal writing from the heavenly book of seal writing. It is taught and mastered by the celestial commissioner of each generation. Regardless of natural or man-made disasters, or past and future events, they were all taught by this technique. How do you know where the so-called 300 years of peace and prosperity of Dan dynasty came from? It came from the Book of Mystic Fairy, in front of you. Yushu and Shui Rui looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. Yunhua said so much in one breath, and his voice became hoarse. Even those who heard him could not bear it. When Shui Rui saw that the teacup in front of him was empty, he quickly raised the pot and refilled it for him. He stopped him from continuing. You rest for a while. I will look at it first. If there is anything I don't understand, I will ask you. Yunhua nodded and kept his mouth shut. He turned around and quietly looked at Shui Rui's eyes, recalling his wife. Yushu took the initiative to move a chair for Shui Rui and a candlestick over. She let him sit down and read it carefully. She sat next to him, but she could not understand seal writing, so she could only study other things. The entire book was formed by stringing slender crystals together. The thin crystal pieces were not transparent at all. The 2 diagrams on the reverse side of the book seemed to be carved after the crystal book was strung together. Every stroke was connected very naturally. Yunhua said that the glazed crystal was very hard. So, the person who could carve and draw on it either had a divine weapon or was an expert with extremely profound inner energy. Looking at the diagrams again, the first part was mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars. The second part was a human body. The depiction was very detailed from head to toe. Every bone was clearly distinguishable, and different parts were marked one by one. The most eye-catching thing was that at the bottom of this human body, 4 words were carved neatly. They were faintly emitting a bloody light. If one stared at them for a long time, one would feel uncomfortable. It was rare that Yushu could recognize 3 of these 4 words. They were heaven, fate, and bone. She could not help but point at the 4 words and ask Shui Rui, what is written here? What is heaven's fate and bone? Shui Rui had already finished reading the essentials of governing a state, but he still could not calm down the stormy waves in his heart. When he heard her question, his gaze fell and stopped at her finger. His throat shrank, and he said hoarsely, Heaven's fate Tai Gu. Heaven's fate Tai Gu. Yushu's eyes brightened. She was excited to see it. She said, then this will be the divine lesson of Tai Gu. There was no teacher in the world who could not be tempted in the face of a unique skill, and she was no exception. This Heaven's Fate Taigu was probably like the Yao coin used in the art of hexagram diagrams and the tortoise plate used in divination. They were all tools for divination. She turned her head to seek confirmation from Shui Rui, but she saw that his eyes were full of haze. She was stunned for a moment and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Yunhua's voice suddenly interrupted, "Don't you want to know the real way to break fate?" Shui Rui's figure stiffened. Yunhua glanced at Shui Rui and sighed in his heart, yet he didn't hesitate in the slightest to tell Yushu. If the person who found the fate breaker is a man, then according to logic, he should be killed. Because fate breakers are born together, and killing one will reveal another. Only by killing a man can one find a woman. And the reason why the Great Calamity wants to find the Fate Breaker is because only the Great Calamity and the Fate Breaker can give birth to the Heaven's Fate Taigu. Yushu slowly widened her eyes. Her head was buzzing, and Yunhua's last sentence echoed in her mind. In other words, the real purpose of the Great Enlightenment point for me to marry Jing Qin and have children is to obtain the Heaven's Fate Taigu. She felt a sour feeling in her stomach, and she had the urge to go crazy. The truth was more dangerous than she had imagined. Emperor Zhao Qing and the Great Enlightenment Point actually had the idea to turn her own flesh and blood into a tool for divination. Don't be afraid. Shui Rui did not care that Yunhua was in front of him. He held her cold hands tightly and silently conveyed his determination to advance and retreat together with her. Yushu's eyes were red, and she said in a trembling voice, "They can forget about it." Women were born with maternal instincts. Even if the Fate Breaker needed her to be crushed into ashes, it was not as hateful as laying a hand on her future child. Even if she had to die, she would not let them succeed. She was entrusted by Daoist Qingjing to come to the capital city to find the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 wrens and destroy it. It was only at this moment that she had a strong desire from the bottom of her heart, to destroy it. Yushu raised her head and said to Yunhua with a sullen face, "Without the Heaven's Fate Taigu, the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 wrens is almost useless. Why do you have to hide from place to place with it? Why don't you give it to me and let me find a way to destroy it?" Yunhua shook her head. She was not convinced by her words. Who said that it is useless? As long as it is with me, Zhu Muzhao and that incapable emperor will not be able to rest in peace. They can't get the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 wrens. Even if they have the Heaven's Fate Taigu, what can they do? Yushu pointed out the doubtful point in an unusually calm manner. There are only 3,000 seal characters and 2 pictures on it. You only need to copy it. What is the use of it? Yunhua shook his head again. If you want to use the divine lesson of the Taigu for divination, you must use the seal characters on the crystal. It is useless to copy it. If you don't believe me, you can ask your big brother and let him see what is written on it. He pointed at a line of words on the picture. Shui Rui lowered his head and looked at it. His expression changed a few times. He helplessly told Yushu, "He did not lie to you. The divine lesson of the Taigu is very powerful. With the Heaven's Fate Taigu, you can only use the seal characters on the crystal to pry into the secrets of heaven." Yushu's expression was unsightly as she struggled free of Shui Rui's palm and pressed down on the heavenly book on the table, and then she stared straight at Yunhua. She said overbearingly, "Why aren't you willing to destroy it? Could it be that you want to seize the heavens will grand bone after obtaining the 6th book of the Goddess of Mystery? You told me privately before you returned to the residence that you came to the capital city under the orders of your master. Didn't your master ask you to destroy the Book of Mystery Fairy immediately after you found it?" Yunhua's pupils contracted. Suddenly, his expression changed and became fierce. "What did you say?" He was very sure that during the private conversation he had with her when he returned to the residence, he did not mention anything about destroying the book to her from the beginning to the end. He had also never revealed a single word to anyone else. Yushu did not back down. She stared at him and repeated word by word, "I said, didn't your master ask you to destroy it? Yunhua looked at her in bewilderment. Who exactly are you? Yu Shu held her breath. She had to let it out. She forcefully pulled out the ring on her index finger and raised it in front of Yunhua's eyes. You don't recognize me, but you should recognize this token. This was personally given to me by my master. To tell you the truth, I am the same as you. I followed my master's orders to come to the capital city to destroy the Book of Mystery Fairy. Yunhua stood up abruptly and snatched the ring from her hand. After carefully examining it, he said in disbelief, This is the 7-star child. The black ring that Daoist Qingjing gave to Yu Shu before they parted was the same as Yunhua's Shuga Eye. It was made from the stars of the 7-star ruler, one of the 6 founding tools. Yu Shu had used this to determine Yunhua's origin. Yunhua quickly removed the sachet from his waist and fumbled for a jade pendant. He forcefully knocked it on the table and crushed it. He picked up one of the round balls and compared it to Yu Shu's black ring. His eyes gradually became moist, and his hands trembled slightly. It's the 7-star child, it's my master. It's my master. Yu Shu did not expect him to be so excited. Her anger disappeared and she looked at Shui Rui helplessly. She regretted provoking him so much. Shui Rui shook his head at her and signaled her to wait. He had already heard Yu Shu confess her purpose of coming to the capital city. He also knew that she and Yunhua were from the same master. Because of this, he could rest assured and boldly bring Yu Shu to see Yunhua. Speaking of which, it was a little ridiculous. He had always been on guard against Yunhua. Compared to his biological father, who had suddenly appeared after 20 years, he would naturally stand on Yu Shu's side. He would worry about her worries and worry about her. Yunhua experienced a momentary loss of composure. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. He handed the ring and the small black ball to Yu Shu and said bitterly, I see. No wonder I couldn't predict your future. I just thought that you broke your destiny. The destiny of a person is unpredictable, but I didn't expect you to have this thing on you. Yu Shu did not know what to say. The way Yunhua looked at her at this moment was much gentler. His attitude was not much different from his attitude towards Shui Rui. She could not release the anger that she had just accumulated, so she suppressed it. At the same time, she discovered a strange thing. Why do you have a Zhuge eye on you? That was not right. She could clearly predict Yunhua's life and death. She voiced her doubt and heard Yunhua say, I have 2 7 stars, and one is divided into 2. I don't always wear the one on my hand. Sometimes, I give it to Ah Jin and Xiao Zhu to protect themselves. So, it is not surprising that you can predict my future. Yu Shu suddenly understood. How is master? Yunhua could not help but ask Daoist Qingjing. Well, he is in good health. He can still eat, drink, and sleep at his age. Yu Shu felt that she should explain more clearly about her apprenticeship, so she told him the whole story. I became a disciple of my master in the spring and summer of last year. He didn't tell me his real name and called himself Taoist Qingjing. He didn't tell me where the mountain gate was. I didn't have a good aptitude. Fortunately, I was enlightened by my master and learned the art of 6 lines and the 8 spells of life and death. After only 100 days, my master entrusted me with an important task. He said that he swore that he would never step into Enling City again and ordered me to go to the capital. Shui Rui sat quietly at the side and did not interrupt. Yu Shu had her own ideas. He only needed to wait and see. Yunhua listened and nodded repeatedly. The art of 6 lines and 8 gates of life and death are both master's skills. It seems that you are undoubtedly my junior sister. Yu Shu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that he would have doubts, and it would be difficult to speak. Now, she did not have to be overcautious and say whatever she wanted to say. Master once mentioned in front of me that I have a senior brother. He is talented and extremely smart, and he is very filial. Mr. Yunhua, I dare to call you senior brother. May I ask why you disobeyed Master's order? You obviously found the Book of Fantasy Fairy, but you are not willing to destroy it. Yunhua's face was full of helplessness. It's not that I don't want to destroy it, but I can't. Yu Shu frowned. Why? I just said that the glazed crystal is as hard as a rock. It cannot be melted by fire or melted by water. I am not exaggerating. I have tried my best, but I could not destroy it at all. I could only hide it from the imperial court. If you don't believe me, you can test it on the spot. This reason sounded simple, but it made people feel helpless. Yu Shu suddenly understood Yunhua's difficulties. Such a treasure that could not be destroyed and could not be used could only be carefully kept close to his body. Was it not a source of trouble that could not be gotten rid of? I have misunderstood you. She was a little ashamed. Before this, she had been criticizing Yunhua and suspected that he had sinister intentions. However, Shuirui looked thoughtfully at the picture on the back of the glazed crystal. He read it line by line. Chapter 755. Then how did Daoist Qingjing learn about the Book of Fantasy made in 6 rens and why did he want to destroy it? There were too many suspicious points about Daoist Qingjing, but what people cared about the most was his identity. Why did he have such a strong obsession with the Book of Fairy Woman 6 rens? In order to destroy it, he didn't hesitate to put his 2 disciples in danger. They were both disciples, but Yu Shu knew almost nothing about Taoist Qingjing. They had been together for less than 3 months, but Yunhua was different. He and Qingjing had been together day and night, and they were like father and son. He must know more than she did. Didn't Master tell you about his origin? Yunhua did not answer Shuirui's question directly, but asked Yu Shu. No. Yu Shu keenly heard some clues from Yunhua's tone, so she tentatively said, I think he must have an extraordinary origin. Senior brother, can you tell me about it? Yunhua shook his head and said, if you have the chance to meet Master again, you can ask him in person. This was a disguised rejection. Yu Shu was unwilling, but she also knew that she could not pry anything out of Yunhua's mouth, so she secretly kicked Shuirui with the tip of her foot. When it came to a battle of intelligence, the main force should be on the field. Shuirui understood and immediately said, you are not willing to say, but we can guess. To be able to get access to the secrets of the Book of Fantasy Women, if he was not a high official in the Celestial Commissioner, he must be a member of the royal family. Taoist Qingjing can teach such an outstanding disciple like you, so he must be the former. I heard Shu describe that Taoist Qingjing is at least 80 years old, but he has sharp ears and eyes, and he is still strong in old age. It is impossible for such an immortal-like person to be unknown in the past. According to his age, it reminds me of a person. Yu Shu listened attentively and almost blurted out, who is it? Fortunately, she shut her mouth in time and did not drag Shuirui down. Who? Yunhua was quite cooperative. 60 years ago, the famous Qingyang Yizi. Yunhua's eyes flickered, but the slight strangeness was caught by Yu Shu. She was happy and continued, yes, Master claimed to be Taoist Qingjing, which is only one word different from Qingyang Yizi. If it is not a coincidence, then he is Qingyang Yizi. The title of Yizi was bestowed by the emperor of the dynasty. It usually had 2 characters. The first character was the surname, and the second character was a good metaphor. For example, 100 years ago, the Xiaojiang aristocratic family in the south had the surname Xia, and the Wenchen aristocratic family in the north had the surname Wen. Qingyang Yizi himself had the surname Qing, which was a rare surname. It was entirely possible that Daoist Qin Zheng and Qingyang Yizi were the same person. Ha! Yunhua suddenly laughed. It sounded like a cough that was squeezed out of his throat. If it were not for the smile on his face, Yushu would not have been able to tell that it was a laugh. That's what you say, he said, refusing to admit it. Yushu didn't want this kind of ambiguous answer. She got angry and stretched her neck forward. She put her hands on the table and put them in front of his face. She said straightforwardly, "Senior brother, don't beat around the bush with me. We are now grasshoppers tied on a rope. If something happens, no one can escape. Is it interesting to hide it from us?" There was a smile in Yunhua's eyes. She did not move at all. "No matter who my master is, I admit that you are my junior sister. Our goal is to destroy the book, and that is enough. I told you last time that it's not a good thing for young people to be too curious." Yushu retreated angrily. She snorted in her heart. "Even if you don't admit it, I know that the old Taoist Qingjing is Qingyang Yizi." Shui Rui refilled Yunhua's cup of tea. He no longer cared about the identity of the Taoist Qingjing. He changed the topic. "There is something I don't understand. Taoist Qingjing asked you to destroy the Book of Fantasy Goddesses, but didn't he teach you how to destroy it? Or did he not know that the glazed crystal is an indestructible item, so he didn't tell you? He didn't believe that there was really something indestructible in this world. Everything had its weakness. There must be a specific way to destroy it." Yunhua stopped smiling and looked deeply at Shui Rui. He felt a little proud, but also a little sad. This was his and Han Ling's child, his flesh and blood that he had been looking forward to for 20 years. In a place that he couldn't see, he had already grown into an outstanding young man. He was smart, bold, and careful. He had inherited all the advantages of the couple. "Yes, my master did tell me the way to destroy it." "What?" Yushu raised her voice. She was confused by their words. Just now, Yunhua said that he tried to destroy the glazed crystal with fire and knives, but he could not destroy it. Why did he say that he had a way now? Receiving her questioning gaze, Yunhua sighed. "It's not as simple as you think. To tell you the truth, to destroy the Book of Fantasy Goddesses, you must use another of the 6 founding devices." Yushu's thoughts changed rapidly. She went through the 6 devices in her mind. Shui Rui lowered his head and quickly searched for the few lines of words on the essentials of governing a state. The two of them shouted in unison, "Chun Jun Sword." Chun Jun Sword. Yunhua nodded. "That's right. It's the Chun Jun Sword." Yushu looked at Shui Rui. She saw him moving his fingers on the glazed crystal and muttering, "The finger and palm of the world is the Book of Fantasy Goddesses. The Big Dipper is the 7-star ruler. The perfect wisdom is the Tai Ching cauldron. The stone Rui scepter is the stone Rui scepter. The Fushi plate that can suppress mountains and rivers is the Chun Jun sword that can destroy everything. So that's how it is. This is the power of the 6 founding devices. It's really shocking." Yushu listened attentively, thinking that the 6 founding tools mentioned in the essentials of governing a country had been matched by him one by one. This was also the first time she had heard the names of the 6 founding tools. She felt her blood rushing to her head, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. Yunhua saw that the two of them had lost their composure, but he was not surprised. It was his first time seeing the records on it, and the impact he received was not any weaker than theirs. Thinking back to the time when Emperor Anwu was the proud son of heaven of his generation, he led an army of millions, and he had the 6 founding devices in his hands. How monstrous was his momentum! The origins of the 6 founding devices are extraordinary, and they cannot be easily determined. Rumor has it that the Chun Jun sword was buried in the imperial mausoleum, along with Empress Ningjin. Back then, I tried my best, but I still could not sneak into the Imperial Mausoleum. Later, I stole the Book of Mystic Fairy and escaped from the capital. I tried many ways, but I could not destroy it. Only then did I confirm that the Chun Jun sword was the only one that could be used. However, the Imperial Mausoleum is full of traps. Even though Jin's martial arts were excellent, he was trapped in the bewitching array once and almost lost his life. Yushu thought to herself, "Oh my, you are already very awesome to be able to steal one of the 6 founding devices, but you are still thinking of another one. So, we have to get the Chun Jun sword no matter what." Shui Rui muttered to himself, "The Imperial Mausoleum of Dongshan is indeed heavily guarded. There are thousands of Imperial guards guarding the perimeter alone, and they rotate day and night. There are traps everywhere in the mausoleum. If we want to sneak in and escape unscathed, we can only do so if we have the ability to fly. However, there are many people and things to do on the sacred ancestor sacrificial day every year, so we can give it a try." Yunhua nodded and said, "I think so too." Previously, Jin sneaked into the Imperial Mausoleum during the Divine Ancestor Sacrifice Day, but unfortunately, he did not find anything. Shui Rui frowned. "There is still half a year before the next ancestral worship. I am afraid that the Emperor is seriously ill and cannot wait to die for Jingqin." Hearing the other son's name, Yunhua's expression changed, and he said hesitantly, "I predict that the world will be in chaos, and the Lone Star evil spirit will rise in the north. I expect that Prince of Dongjing has his own army and will rebel in the future. In order to stabilize the country, he must borrow the Book of Mystic Fairy. Zhu Muzhao is a person who will do anything to achieve his goal. Even if he cannot catch me, he will still take the Tai Bone of Destiny first." When the father and son reached the same point, their expressions became serious. At this moment, Yushu weakly interrupted, "Well, I know where the Chun Jun sword is." 2 pairs of eyes swept over her, and Yushu hurriedly confessed, "Jingqin told me that the Chun Jun sword is no longer in the Imperial Mausoleum. It is said that many years ago, a rebellious prince appeared in the De royal family. He broke into the forbidden area of the Imperial Mausoleum on the day of ancestral worship and stole the Chun Jun sword. Then, the prince ran to the mountain to become a Taoist priest. Before he died, he offered the Chun Jun sword to his sect. Oh, it is Jing Chen's sect. Not long ago, Jing Chen's junior sister from the same sect brought the Chun Jun sword to Detidian. It seems that the current emperor promised the leader of the Jingyi sect some conditions before they were willing to return the sword to its original owner. So, the Chun Jun sword should be in the hands of Detidian now." She glanced at Shui Rui and added, "It's something that happened before you disappeared. I didn't have time to tell you about it before you disappeared. After that, you returned to the capital, and I forgot about this matter at the back of my mind." In fact, when Jingqin told her about this matter, she did not take it to heart. Now that she thought about it, she only hated herself for not having foresight. If she had known that the Chun Jun sword was so useful, she would have snatched it from Shui Yun's hands. Yunhua could not help but smile bitterly. "This is the will of the heavens. I got the Book of Fantasy Fairy, but the Chun Jun sword is in the hands of Zhu Muzhao." Yushu had heard him call Detidian by his name more than once. It was not difficult to guess that there must have been a grudge between them in the past. The image of Detidian in her mind changed again and again. When she first met him, she was shocked by him. Now, she did not have the slightest good impression of him. Shui Rui thought about it and said to himself, taking the Chun Jun sword from Detidian is much easier than taking risks in the Imperial Mausoleum. Yushu said with a bitter face, "It's not easy. Who knows where Detidian hid the sword? What if he secretly sent the sword back to the Imperial Mausoleum?" Shui Rui's eyes glowed, and he said with certainty, "He won't." "Why not?" "Because he wants to use the Chun Jun sword to lure me to show up." It was Yunhua who answered her. The father and son obviously had a tacit understanding. She did not want to admit that her brain was not enough, so she did not continue to ask why. She held her chin and thought for a moment. Her eyes lit up, and she said hurriedly, "He knew that you weren't dead, so he definitely wouldn't allow them to use Jing Chen's child as a tool. He's your biological grandson, and only by destroying the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Wrens would he be able to end all of this. That's why he deliberately revealed to Jing Chen that the Chunjun sword was in his hands. It was all for your ears." Chapter 756. There was silence in the room. Yunhua and Shui Rui were deep in thought, while Yushu was sorting out her messy thoughts. She had seen the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Wrens as she wished. Not only did she know the truth behind the destruction of fate, but she also received Yunhua's acknowledgement. Both sides were united, and they had such a strong alliance. It should have been worth celebrating, but she could not relax at all. It seemed that as long as they destroyed the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Wrens, everything would end, but it was easier said than done. First of all, it was an impossible task to seize the Chunjun sword from the Great Tipping Point. Seize it by force. Every time the Tito Master went out, he would be surrounded by people. Groups of people would protect him so tightly that he would not be able to escape. Yushu had heard from Jing Chen that the Tito Master was protected in secret by the 4 great protectors, and all of their martial arts were not inferior to his. Yunhua only had Jin Ku. Even if Jing Chen joined them, it would be impossible for them to break through the encirclement at the foot of the capital and capture the Tito Master. Outwit? In terms of scheming and shrewdness, Yunhua could fight against the Great Tipping Point, but the Great Tipping Point controlled the entire Celestial Commissioner, and he had a great country behind him. Yunhua brought a few useless soldiers with him. What could he use to fight against the Great Tipping Point? The disparity in strength was too great. Once the two sides fought head-on, Yushu's side would only be killed in seconds. However, other than seizing the Chunjun sword, they seemed to have no other way to go. The Emperor and the Great Tipping Point were determined to get the Destiny Tai Bone. Even Yunhua, who had the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Wrens, was like a turtle in a jar in the eyes of the Great Tipping Point. He could not escape at all. What was worse was that the Great Tipping Point had already given an ultimatum to Yushu. The day after tomorrow, her marriage with Jing Chen would be put on the agenda. If Yushu had the idea of pretending to marry Jing Chen to buy time, after she met Yunhua and knew where the Destiny Tai Bone came from, she completely dispelled this absurd idea. She could not sit still and wait for death. Yushu's gaze fell on the Book of Fairy Woman's 6 Wrens. The scarlet crystal shone faintly under the candlelight. The wisps of red light hovered in her mind and gradually formed an idea. "Senior, you stole the Book of Mystic Fairy from the previous Great Tipping Point, right?" Yushu suddenly said. Yunhua did not understand, but he still nodded and said, "The former great advisor was Zhu Muzhao's father. As far as I know, he died not long after the current emperor succeeded the throne. In other words, the former Tipping Point, Tai Tipping Hua Zhu Tipping Point has." Yunhua was stunned. Yushu looked at his expression and felt anxious. She quickly said, "What's wrong? Didn't the key techniques of governing a state state that only the imperial astronomer and the emperor himself have the authority to read this heavenly book? When you stole it, the current emperor wasn't the emperor yet. Now, the Great Revelation isn't the Great Revelation. How could they have seen the Book of Xian Nyu with their own eyes?" Hearing this, Shui Rui revealed a strange expression. "This is only natural." Yunhua thought about it and affirmed her statement. Yushu's eyes lit up again with a cunning look. "Then I have an idea." After all, Yunhua did not spend much time with her, so he could not understand it for a while. However, when Shui Rui saw her expression, he guessed most of it correctly. He immediately said, Are you trying to forge a copy of the Book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Wrens? That's right. Yu Shu touched the Xian crystal and told them her thoughts. The Emperor and the Grand Tiandi's understanding of the Book of Xian Nyu is probably not as good as you, senior brother Yunhua. At most, the former Emperor and the former Grand Tiandi have described it to them, but no matter how detailed it is not as good as seeing it with your own eyes. The only thing that can prove the authenticity of the Book of Xian Nyu is the Destiny Grand Bone. Am I right? Shui Rui nodded in agreement. Go on. Yunhua wanted to hear what she had in mind. To obtain the Destiny Grand Bone is not something that can be done overnight. Even if the Grand Tiandi has the Book of Xian Nyu now, it will be difficult for him to distinguish the authenticity in a short time. But if he has the Book of Xian Nyu, he will definitely not take the risk of leaving the Chun Jun sword in an unsafe place. If I were the Grand Tiandi, I would immediately send the Chun Jun sword back to the Imperial Mausoleum in the eastern suburbs and bury it in the forbidden area so that it will never see the light of day. Didn't he want to use the Chun Jun sword to lure you out? We will follow his wishes and give him a fake Book of Xian Nyu. The next step will be easy. We only need to arrange for people to intercept the Chun Jun sword on the way to the Imperial Mausoleum. When Yu Shu said this, it was as if victory was in her hands. What do you think? Shui Rui thought about it seriously and nodded slowly. I think it is feasible. If the Grand Tiandi wants to send people to send the Chun Jun sword back to the Imperial Mausoleum, they will not attract attention with great fanfare. They will not send many people. When the time comes, let Jin Ku and Gue Lu and Gue Qi go together and ambush them halfway. We will not be afraid that they will not be able to intercept them. It is feasible, but what are you going to use to forge the Book of Xian Nyu? Yunhua said with a serious expression. Zhu Muzhao is cautious and cunning. Ordinary tricks will not be able to fool him. Moreover, he has already suspected that you have a relationship with me. He will definitely be on guard against the 7-star suns that you have on you. He will not rely too much on the great insight technique. It will be really difficult for you to deceive him. Ha! Yu Shu raised her eyebrows. She did not retreat, but instead, her fighting spirit was aroused. I dare not say anything else, but when it comes to deceiving people, no one is better than me. As long as you are willing to take the risk, I guarantee that he will be fooled. Shui Rui shook his head and could not help but laugh. Other than her, he had never seen anyone who was so thick-skinned as to regard lying as a skill. Yunhua looked at Shui Rui and smiled. You young people are not afraid, so what do I have to be afraid of? As long as I can get the Chun Jun sword and destroy the Book of Xian Nyu, my wish will be fulfilled. I will have no regrets even if I die. Shui Rui heard this and frowned slightly, but did not say anything. Well, let's plan it well now. Yu Shu rubbed her palms together. She could not wait to go all out. Although she had an idea, her thinking was not thorough enough. With Yunhua and Shui Rui to make up for her shortcomings, she was very confident that this plan would succeed. She would have the Book of Xian Nyu and the Chun Jun sword at the same time. At that time, the Grand Tiandi would not be able to do anything to her. The three of them talked for the whole night. Before dawn, Shui Rui left with Yu Shu. Before they left, Yu Shu asked Yunhua a question. If he did not break his destiny, what would happen to Jing Qin? Yunhua answered, Jing Qin is also my son. As his father, how can I harm him? The group of old Taoists from Dragon Tiger Mountain will not have to worry about their lives. The so-called destiny is just a shackle that they put on Jing Qin to restrain his behavior and morality. It is just convenient for them to manipulate him. Hearing such an answer, she could finally put down one of her worries. She would no longer feel guilty for not being able to help Jing Qin break his destiny. To be honest, even if Jing Qin could not break his destiny, and the group of old Taoists from Dragon Tiger Mountain died, Yushu would not sacrifice herself and let her child be skinned and torn apart. As for the rise and fall of the world, whether the Dan dynasty would be destroyed or not, it would depend on the destiny. If there was really no Book of Xian Nyu and the destiny Tai Gu, the Dan dynasty would be destroyed. It could only be said that the destiny of this dynasty was exhausted. What did it have to do with her? This world wasn't her world after all. Yushu was sent back by Jin Ke before dawn. This night of rushing back and forth had tormented her. She fell asleep as soon as she touched the pillow. She had no energy to think about anything else. In the morning, Biki called outside. Yushu could not open her eyes. She simply wrapped the quilt around her head and slept until noon. When she woke up, she heard that Jing Qin was waiting for her in the front yard. He had been sitting there for 2 hours. Yushu did not stay in bed. She also had something to say to Jing Qin. After washing up, she went to the front yard. Jing Qin did not see her when he went to the Celestial Commissioner in the morning. He was worried that something had happened to her, so he came to find her. When he saw her, she did not look well. He only thought that she was worried about giving an answer tomorrow. The guilt in his heart was written all over his face. When Yushu saw his expression, she felt tired. She could finally be free today. Come with me. She took him to Yongchun Garden. The two walked side by side on the long veranda. On both sides, there were birds and flowers. The mottled shadows of the trees made people unconsciously relax. She told him as if she was chatting, "I saw Yunhua." Jing Qin suddenly stopped. When? Why didn't I know? It was last night. He sent someone to visit my mansion at night and took me to see him. Yushu only picked the key points and said, "He showed me the Book of Xian Nyu. Now I know the real way to break the destiny. I did lie to you. It is not that everything will be fine if I get married and have children with you." Jing Qin did not have time to think about why it was such a coincidence. She met Yunhua on the same night that the Book of Xian Nyu forced him to marry her. His attention was all on what she was going to say next. The Book of Xian Nyu has 2 sides. The front side is engraved with the seal characters. The back side is engraved with 2 pictures. One is the essentials of governing a state, which is the instructions that Emperor Anwu and Empress Ningzhen left for future generations. The other is the divine lesson of Tai Gu, which is a unique skill. If you learn this skill, you can interpret the seal characters of the Book of Xian Nyu and Empress Ningzhen. However, to use this skill, you must have the Tai Gu of destiny for divination. Yushu said coldly, "The so-called method of breaking the destiny is to let the great calamity of Anwu and the woman of destiny give birth to a child together. They will skin the child and break the bones to make the Tai Gu of destiny." At first, Jing Qin could not believe it. Then, he felt angry. On the one hand, he was deceived by the Book of Xian. What was more difficult for him to accept was that the truth was so cruel. It's absurd to need such outrageous methods to ensure the prosperity of the country and the peace of the people. Jing Qin had always had a mild temper. It was rare for Yushu to see him so angry, but she had to make some things clear. This is how the 300 years of peace and prosperity of Anwu were maintained. Every time a new great calamity of Anwu was born, the old Tai Gu of destiny would lose its effect. The Celestial Commissioner grasped the Book of Xian Nyu and assisted the Emperor to govern the world. If it were not for Yunhua stealing it 20 years ago, the Book of Xian Nyu would have arranged for you to find the person who broke the destiny, kill the man and marry the woman, and take the Tai Gu of destiny. They can forget about it. Jing Qin said coldly, "If this is the way to break the destiny, then it is fine even if it is not broken." Yushu nodded. "We all think so. That is why we want to destroy the Book of Xian Nyu, no matter who is in charge of the world. Jing Chen, I will give you half a day to think about which side you want to stand on. Jing Chen turned to look at her. His eyes shone brightly like a treasured sword that was unsheathed. It was frightening. In an instant, Yu Shu seemed to see the awe-inspiring and righteous white-robed Taoist priest again, pure as ever. Chapter 757. This time, Jing Chen did not hesitate between the righteousness of his country and his personal gains and losses. Instead, he resolutely expressed his position. This was completely within Yu Shu's expectations. Selfishness was a type of human nature. In the past decade, Jing Chen had been taught by the Taoist priests on Longhu Mountain to be selfless. If he had not met Yu Shu, he would have sacrificed his life for others. Yu Shu was someone who was used to being the center of everything. She would never sacrifice herself for the greater good. Thus, when faced with the fate of the great calamity and the person who destroyed his life, the two of them parted ways and almost became enemies. Yu Shu did not want to one day be enemies with Jing Chen. She knew that it was difficult to change a person's deep-rooted beliefs, so she had been subtly influencing Jing Chen since a long time ago. Rome was not built in a day. As early as when she had settled the past with him in the courtyard in the south of the city, a seed of doubt had been planted in his heart. He no longer trusted Emperor Zhaoqing, the Great Enlightenment, and even his sect. Later, as the lies were exposed and they dug out the truth again and again, Jing Chen was disappointed again and again. His Taoist heart kept on wavering until today, when it finally exploded. The origin of the great destiny bone was like the straw that broke the camel's back. How many people in this world could be so cruel as to hand over their own flesh and blood to be slaughtered by others? Furthermore, it was Jing Chen, a man with a righteous spirit that seeped into his bones. If he was really willing to destroy his humanity for the so-called righteousness of his country, then he would truly be cold-blooded and heartless. Yu Shu's expression involuntarily softened. She looked at him with relief and said, "Don't worry, I've confirmed it with your father. The old Taoist priests on Longhu Mountain are just bluffing you. Even if you don't destroy your life, they won't die from the Kata Star disaster. At most, the people close to you will be a bit unlucky. You will never be able to leave the longevity oration in this life." After Jing Chen returned to the capital, Emperor Zhaoqing sent someone to the eastern suburbs of the Imperial Mausoleum to bring back the longevity oration. This was the oration that Empress Ningzhen had written on the day of Emperor Anhu's coronation on Mount Tai. It had been stored in the Imperial Mausoleum for 100 years. When it was unearthed, it would bring auspiciousness everywhere and was also a great treasure. Think about it carefully, there is clearly such a treasure that can suppress the Kata Star's evil aura on your body, but the Emperor has delayed taking it out. Instead, he had you endure more than a decade of loneliness on the mountain. Why? Isn't it to temper your temperament so that you will listen to their arrangements? Once the lie was exposed, those minor details that he had not cared about in the past could also discover the truth. Jing Chen had suffered a lot because of the Kata Star. He had always been careful not to come into contact with others, lest he bring bad luck to others. However, those people were at ease manipulating his life and manipulating his fate. It was really hateful. Hearing this, Jing Chen was not too surprised. These days, he had seen through too many deceptions, and this was not one more. He would only be more determined to resist Emperor Zhaoqing and Detidian. How can we destroy the Book of Xian Nu Lu Ren? Jing Chen asked. It is not in my father's hands. Is he not willing? It's not that simple. Yu Shu made a long story short. I don't know what material the Book of Xian Nu is made of. It is invulnerable and does not fear water or fire. To completely destroy it, we can only use the Chun Jun sword, which is also one of the 6 founding weapons. Chun Jun sword. Jing Chen was surprised. But the Chun Jun sword is now in Detidian's hands. Yushu nodded with an ugly expression. Yes, I didn't think that we need to use a sword to destroy the book. Why do you think Titian let you see Shui Yun return the Chun Jun sword? He wanted to use you to spread the news to Yunhua and lure him to show up. Jing Chen was as smart as her. He understood after thinking for a while, and a little anger appeared between his eyebrows. Fortunately, the Titian claimed that he wanted him to see the true face of the Zhengyi sect. He did not expect that this was another deception in use. Yushu said seriously, to destroy the Book of Xian Nu Lu Ren is to go against the entire imperial court. But if we don't destroy it, there will be endless troubles in the future. So we have to seize the Chun Jun sword from the Titian. With the Book of Xian Nu Lu Ren, we are not afraid of them even if we fall out with them. As long as the Book of Xian Nu Lu Ren and the Chun Jun sword were in their hands, they would have the initiative. Seize the sword. Jing Chen frowned. It's easier said than done. It's not easy, but it's not impossible. We can do this. Yushu told Jing Chen the plan they discussed last night. Jing Chen had some doubts after listening. Isn't this too risky? Yushu said, if we don't take risks, how can we make the Titian believe us? Only when he believes that he has the real Book of Xian Nu Lu Ren will he send the Chun Jun sword back to the Imperial Mausoleum. Then we can take advantage of it. Jing Chen was not good at strategy. He couldn't think of a better way, so he was persuaded by her. When you see the Titian tomorrow, you must remember to cooperate with me. Don't let the cat out of the bag. Yushu repeatedly told him. After confirming that there was no mistake, she looked up at the sun and exhaled. It's getting late. You should go back now. I have to go out later. The most important thing now is to forge a fake Book of Xian Nu Lu Ren. Yushu went out to the Taihing Chamber of Commerce and found Pei Jing. Xiao Yu, you are such a busy person. Why do you have time to come to my place today? Pei Jing smiled when he saw her. Yushu was his fortune boy. Since he had the crystal business of Jubao House, he had gained a firm foothold in the Chamber of Commerce of Enling City and made a name for himself. In addition, he had Yushu as his niece. Ordinary officials and nobles had to respect him. He had gained both fame and fortune. Of course I have business to see uncle. Yushu hadn't seen Pei Jing for some time, but she didn't treat him as an outsider. She immediately explained the purpose of her visit. I remember last time you said that you have a lot of water essence raw materials coming from the south. The crystal jewelry pendants that were produced were always profitable. Pei Jing had long opened up the raw stone import channel. He no longer did small business but started to make large transactions. Pei Jing knew that she was useful. He said, other than the ones that have not been polished, the rest is enough. Why? Do you want to make something big? How could Yushu tell him the truth? She pretended, I have been studying geomancy recently and figured out a trick to change feng shui. I want to try it with crystal stones. If you have a lot, give me 20 caddies of red and white. Pei Jing said generously, I have 40 caddies. I will ask someone to send it to you tomorrow. Yushu hurriedly said, if uncle is not busy now, take me to get it. I happen to be free today. I have to go to Master Su's place and ask him to figure out a pattern for me. The end of the year was approaching. Pei Jing was not idle. However, it was rare for Yushu to look for him. How could he not agree? The raw water essence was stored in his house. He told the accountant and went home with Yushu to get it. Yushu smoothly got 20 caddies of raw stones without any carving and went to find Old Man Su. Old Man Su had a unique skill in making jade. Because he took the crystal carving job in the treasure house, he had been earning money for the past few months. Several apprentices that he had brought up since childhood all benefited from it. The old man was old, so he didn't do it easily. Today, when Yushu asked him for help, he agreed without hesitation. Please grind these 2 colored crystals into strips for me. Each strip is 5 inches and 7 fen long and 2 and 8 fen wide. I want 90 of each with a hole in the middle. It's best if you do it yourself and polish it more carefully. Yushu described it and asked Old Man Su how many days it would take to finish it. Old Man Su was curious and said, "It's easy to grind the strips. I can grind more than 10 of them a day." "But why do you need so many stone strips?" Yushu used the excuse of fooling Pei Jing to brush him off. "Can you get a few more people to work on it?" "I need it in 3 days. You can put aside the carvings in the treasure house. I have told Uncle to finish mine first." Old Man Su agreed. Yushu gave him an ingot of gold on the spot and didn't allow him to refuse. "I will pick it up in 3 days. Please work hard and be sure to do it well." She had calculated that it would take 3 days for Old Man Su to finish polishing it. It would take 2 days for Shui Rui to find someone to engrave it. Then, it would be put in the Fengqi pond for 7 days. At most, it would take half a month to create a fake book of Fairy Nyu Luren. After Wangji Tower was closed, she moved the Fengshui pond on the balcony to the back garden of her house. Except for Pei Jing and Old Man Su, few people knew the huge difference between the water essence stone before and after it was cultivated. The uncarved water essence was the color of chaos. The longer it was placed in the Fengshui pond, the more crystal clear it became, and the more magical it was. At first, Yushu only found that the white crystal could calm the mind and nourish the brain, the yellow crystal could bring wealth, and the purple crystal could ward off evil spirits. Later, she gradually found other changes. For example, the crystal after nourishment was hard, and the red crystal could not melt in high temperature. Compared to the popular topaz and the popular white crystal, the seemingly useless and opaque red crystal did not have much of a market for it. But when these 2 characteristics were put together, they seemed to be specially used for counterfeiting. Yushu thought it was God's will. Otherwise, where could she find a material similar to the black crystal to forge a book of Fairy Nyu Luren that even De Tiao couldn't find the flaw? The water-refined stone itself was not afraid of high temperature. After nourishing it for 7 days, it would become similar to the color of the black crystal. At that time, it could not be split by a knife or burned by fire. Even if De Tiao held it in his hand, it would be difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Yushu was probably born bold. Thinking of deceiving a person like De Tiao and fighting with him, she was not timid or afraid. Instead, she was eager to try. After saying goodbye to Old Man Su, Yushu returned to her house, but there was an uninvited guest waiting for her. The carriage stopped at the gate, and the gatekeeper ran out to lead the horse. Yushu didn't wait for Lu Zhong to put down the footstool and jump down. Just as she took a step, she heard a soft and weak shout behind her, "Miss Yu, I'm waiting for you." Yushu turned around and saw a sedan chair parked across the street. The cold wind was blowing, and the 2 sedan bearers' faces were pale from the cold. A head poked out of the window of the sedan chair and was looking at her eagerly. It was Shui Yun. Yushu pretended not to see her and turned to leave. She didn't care why Shui Yun came to find her. She didn't have the time to deal with her awe. "Miss Yu, wait." Shui Yun didn't care about the wind and shouted. She was expelled by the Celestial Commissioner and couldn't go in to look for Yushu. She came to Yushu's house twice, but the gatekeeper didn't let her in at all. No matter if she moved out of the princess's estate or Mount Longhu, she would be closed at the door. It wasn't easy to wait for Yushu, so she couldn't let her leave like this. "I'm here to apologize to you. I have something important to talk to you about." Yushu didn't stop walking. She rolled up her sleeves and went through the door. No matter how much Shui Yun shouted behind her, she didn't look back and left her a heartless back view. As soon as Yu Shu went in, she asked someone to close the door and didn't forget to tell the gatekeeper. Ignore her. Don't open the door again. Let her howl. Chapter 758. On the day of the reply, Yu Shu went to the Celestial Commissioner's office as usual. She wandered around the Kunling Bureau and did not wait for anyone to invite her. She went to report at Tai Shi Lu on her own initiative. The doorman did not need to announce her arrival and let her in. Jing Chen had arrived earlier than her and was standing on the 9-turn bridge waiting for her. Seeing that she had arrived, he did not say anything. The two exchanged glances and walked into the building one after the other. There were more than 10 chairs lined up on both sides of the spacious hall. In the winter, the chairs were covered with thick leather. Junior eunuch Ren sat on one of the chairs and was reporting to the head supervisor about the New Year's Eve sacrifice. When he saw Yu Shu and Jing Chen come in, he did not have any intention of stopping and only sped up to finish his report. At the end, Zhu Muzhao said, "Good, let's arrange it like this. His Majesty is not in the capital, so all the celebrations will be simple. Only the sacrifice ceremony cannot go wrong. Watch carefully." Only then did Ren Qiming rise to leave. When he passed by Yu Shu and Jing Chen, he did not even look at them. It was as if he did not care at all what they were here for. "You two are here." Zhu Muzhao indicated for them to sit down. With an amiable expression, he looked at Yu Shu and said, "Have you asked your family? Do they agree to your marriage with Jing Chen?" Don't look at the head supervisor's good expression. Yu Shu believed that if she dared to say no, he would immediately turn hostile. She took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in her heart. She gathered her courage and said, "They did not ask. I went back and thought about it. This marriage is not going to happen. Thank you for your good intentions, but I am not willing to marry Jing Chen." Zhu Muzhao's smile disappeared instantly. He looked at her coldly and said, "Tell me, why are you not willing?" That cold gaze made one's scalp numb. Yu Shu threw caution to the wind and was not afraid of him. She said in a hard tone, "A marriage between a man and a woman is a marriage between two surnames. It has to be consensual. If I am not willing, then I am not willing. There is nothing to say. I hope Zhu Muzhao will not force me." Zhu Muzhao turned to Jing Chen and asked, "What do you think? Even if she doesn't want to, don't tell me you don't want to." Jing Chen lowered his head. "Yes, I don't want to." Yesterday, Yu Shu had repeatedly reminded him not to open his mouth today. If Zhu Muzhao asked him, he should either lower his head or keep his mouth shut. It seems that the two of you have discussed this in private. Zhu Muzhao looked back and forth between the two of them and slowly said, "Jing Chen, what did I tell you earlier? Didn't you tell her? If she doesn't marry you, only death awaits her." He was going to break through the last layer of window paper so soon. Yu Shu's heart was beating fast. Without waiting for Jing Chen's response, she suddenly stood up and stared at the table. She didn't know where she got the courage from, but she said aggressively, "To tell you the truth, Jing Chen has already told me everything. He is the great calamity, and I am the fate breaker. He said that I must marry him in order to break his fate, solve his heaven's curse, and save the world. What kind of bullsh*t logic is this? It is simply a joke." It had been many years since someone dared to speak to him in such a tone. Zhu Muzhao's expression did not change and he still said coldly, "Since you know everything, then all the more I cannot let you live. I will ask you one last time, do you want to live or die?" Yu Shu sneered and said, "You don't have to scare me. If you could kill me, you would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Do you think that I am the same as Jing Chen, believing whatever you say?" The two female students from Taishirshu Garden who died for no reason were killed because they were close to Jing Chen. Do you dare to say that they were not mistakenly killed by the Fate Breaker? Who knows how many rebels and traitors are hiding in Enling City? If I marry Jing Qin, then it will be a dead end. Zhu Muzhao frowned slightly. Listening to her words, it seemed that it was because she was afraid of death that she was not willing to marry Jing Qin. I can guarantee that you will be safe and will not fall into the hands of others. Then I will not agree. Yu Shu said quickly, marrying Jing Qin will only bring harm and no benefit to me. After his Fate Breaker, I will become a useless person. Moreover, I know so many secrets. Who can guarantee that you will not turn against me and kill me to silence me? Zhu Muzhao revealed a pondering expression. His expression couldn't help but soften. So you are worried about this. There is no harm in telling you, you guessed correctly, I will not kill you, not now, and even more not in the future. If you don't believe me, I can ask His Majesty to bestow a death exemption certificate to you. Even if you commit a grave mistake in the future, even if you leak the matter of the great and calamity, no one will hold you accountable. Yu Shu pursed her lips and looked to the side. She struggled for a moment and said in a deep voice, I just said that I don't agree because I don't believe your words. No matter if it is Dian's calamity or Fate Breaker, it is only your side of the story. If you want me to believe you, unless what? Unless you are willing to let me see the legendary book of mystery Maiden Lu Ren with my own eyes. Yu Shu controlled the expression on her face. She had the 7 stars, so the Great Enlightenment technique was useless against her. She was not afraid that he could see through her lies. In fact, she and Shui Rui both believed that the grand tipping point would not be able to predict that Yunhua would spread out the book of fantasy women's 6 rens and show it to them. At most, he would guess that they had met Yunhua in private. What she had to do now was to use all her skills to mislead him and make him believe the words that came out of her mouth, regardless of whether they were true or false. If she asked to see the book of mystery Maiden Lu Ren, the Great Enlightenment technique would not be able to take it out, so he would refuse. No. Zhu Muzhao shook his head and said, the book of mystery Maiden Lu Ren can only be read by the Emperor and the previous Great Enlightenment techniques. Not only you, but also Jing Qin is not qualified to see it. Yu Shu was waiting for him to say this. She sneered, you can't show it to us. I am afraid you can't take it out. Zhu Muzhao narrowed his eyes. What did you say? I said you can't take it out. Yu Shu sneered and said, because the book of mystery Maiden Lu Ren was stolen 20 years ago. Zhu Muzhao's face darkened. You have indeed seen Yunhua. It was not a question, but a confirmation. That's right. Yu Shu was not afraid of his cold face. She took 2 steps forward and said confidently, 4 months ago, I went to Enchanting with Jing Qin to pay respects to Princess Liue. It was at that time that we met Yunhua's son. He saw through my identity as the person who broke fate and had a private conversation with me. He told me that the book of mystery Maiden Lu Ren was in his hands. I asked him about the method of breaking fate and whether I had to marry Jing Qin. He said that you were lying to us. So, I made an agreement with him. As long as I helped him do one thing, he would let me see the book of mystery Maiden Lu Ren. Tell me, who should I believe? She said so much nonsense just now. She wanted him to think that she still did not know that the real method of breaking fate was to obtain the destiny's bones. Zhu Muzhao did not move. He looked at her condescendingly. Indeed, the book of mystery Maiden Lu Ren was stolen by Yunhua. The imperial court has always been looking for his whereabouts. If you know where he is hiding, I can also make an agreement with you. As long as you recover the book of mystery Maiden Lu Ren, I will let you see it with your own eyes. At the end of his words, he looked at Jing Qin and said without any scruples, Yunhua committed a great crime back then. But Jing Qin, as the calamity of Enchanting, can make up for his mistake. A son will pay his father's debt. I guarantee that His Majesty will not pursue Yunhua's crime and spare his life. Was he trying to instigate a rebellion? Yu Shu secretly frowned. She also looked at Jing Qin. But when she saw that he lowered his head and did not speak, looking unmoved, she immediately felt relieved. Are you asking me to betray Yunhua Ez? She turned her head and sneered at him. Although I am not a gentleman, I am not a two-faced villain. Yunhua is in your hands, and you have the final say on whether he will be killed or tortured. Don't talk to me about these empty words. If you want me to willingly sacrifice my life for Jing Qin, I can, but you have to wait until I see the Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren first. When she said this, De Tidian would definitely take the opportunity to ask what agreement she had with Yunhua. What does Yunhua want you to do for him? Everything was going according to Yu Shu's script. She controlled her emotions very well and lowered her voice so that De Tidian would not hear her excitement. Yunhua Ez wants me to help him find out the whereabouts of an item. Oh. What is it? The 6 founding weapons, Chun Jun sword. When he heard this, Zhu Muzhao finally focused his attention on Yu Shu again. He stared at her silently, and his misty eyes suddenly became clear. In an instant, it was as if 2 sharp blades had shot out and pierced through all eyes. Did Yunhua ask you to come here and cheat me of the Chun Jun sword? Yu Shu's heart instantly jumped to her throat. She was so nervous that sweat broke out on her back, but her mouth was sharper than ever. Yunhua. No, it was Jing Qin who told me that the Chun Jun sword is with you. When lying in front of a smart person, the last thing you needed was to defend yourself. The more you said, the more suspicious he would be. Do you know why Yunhua wants the Chun Jun sword? Zhu Muzhao asked. Yu Shu shook her head and shut her mouth. You don't know, Zhu Muzhao muttered and closed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. The pressure on Yu Shu was immediately reduced, and she quietly exhaled. Just now, she almost exposed herself. De Tiao should really go to the Supreme Court to be an inquisitor. He could guarantee that there was no case in this world that he could not solve. With just a glare from his eyes, he could scare the prisoner into wetting his pants. She licked her lips and looked at De Tiao's reaction. She made up her mind. She used Yunhua as a bait to coax him to take out the Chun Jun sword. No matter how much he believed in her, he had to take the bait. Just like how De Tiao used the Chun Jun sword as a bait, even if Yunhua was afraid, he would still face the difficulty. Zhu Muzhao did not think for too long. When he opened his eyes again, he made a decision. I can't lend you the Chun Jun sword. Each of the 6 founding weapons is a national treasure. It must not fall into the hands of a desperado. But I can order someone to make a fake sword for you based on the real one. You can use it to trade with Yunhua. After you read the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens, you can decide whose words you want to believe. Yu Shu pretended to hesitate, but in her heart, she was happy. It was a success. She would not use this trick to cheat the real Chun Jun sword from De Tiao. Instead, she would try to lure him to snatch the fake Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens. But it's a fake sword. What if he finds out about it? She had to put on a show. Yu Shu did not get carried away. Jing Chen has seen the real Chun Jun sword. When the fake one is made, you can show it to him. If even he can't tell the difference between the real one and the fake one, Yunhua won't be able to. Chapter 759. When Yu Shu walked out of Taishi Tower, a cold wind blew against her face. She stopped and looked up. The sky was full of flying catkins that were falling with the wind. The 9 zigzag bridge was dyed silver. It was snowing. Snow. Jing Chen walked to her side. A paper umbrella appeared in his hand, and he opened it above her head. Yushu exhaled a cloud of white mist. Her nervous mood suddenly relaxed. She tightened the collar around her neck. Let's go. 2 lines of footprints appeared on the 9 zigzag bridge. They spread and disappeared in the snow. The sound of the wind covered the human voice. When we get the fake Chun Jun sword, we're going to see my father, right? Yes. We're going to lure Titian to send people to capture Yunhua and deliver the fake book of Xian Nyu to him. What if? What if my father is caught by them? What should we do? There's no what if. If you don't believe me, you should believe in Yunhua Ez. 20 years ago, he could escape unscathed. 20 years later, no one can do anything to him. This was a big risk. Not only Yunhua, but also her, Shuirui, and Jingqin. Their enemy was the imperial power of Dan that had stood for 300 years. They could only succeed, not fail. After Titian took the bait, Yushu didn't go to see Shuirui on purpose. From the moment she laid all her cards on the table with Titian, every single one of her actions could possibly affect their plans. In order to ensure that she didn't give herself away, she couldn't make any actions that would cause a misunderstanding. She stayed in Kunling Bureau until the afternoon as usual to deal with the business that piled up a while ago. Although the emperor went to Huajian Garden to recuperate and Kunling stopped, there was no peace in the bureau. Once the news of Emperor Zhao Qing's serious illness spread, the officials' families had to worry about their children's marriages. They were afraid that Emperor Zhao Qing would suddenly die. 3 years of mourning would delay the wedding, so the number of marriage letters waiting to be examined in Kunling Bureau doubled overnight. They were all squeezed together. There were only so many people in the Kunling Bureau, and there was always a first-come, first-served rule. Who didn't want to set the wedding date before the beginning of spring? Therefore, it was necessary to open the back door with gifts. Yushu's mind was not on this matter. Moreover, the people who sent gifts to her residence had never stopped, so she did not care about it. However, even if she did not care, it did not mean that others did not care. There was something wrong with Wen Shaoan today. He was in a daze for half of the afternoon. Yushu noticed it early in the morning, but she didn't point it out. It was not until the snow stopped and she was ready to go home that she put down her brush and asked him. I say, what are you thinking about in such a daze? Could it be that you've fallen for some girl and are lovesick? When Shaoan blushed when he heard her teasing, don't make fun of me. I'm not thinking about that. Since Yushu asked, he had nothing to hide, so he told her everything. Yesterday, someone sent gifts to the place where I live. He said that it was a gift for the new year. There was a large amount of cloth and fur. However, I am just a small official, so how can I accept a gift for the new year? This morning, when I came to the bureau, Xia Darren gave me 2 silver notes, which were 200 taels. He did not allow me to refuse, so he took a few marriage certificates to be approved and asked me to put them on the top for you to see first. Only then did I understand that it was a bribe. Different from the Book of the Universe, the last procedure of the official marriage certificate was the seal of Yushu. If she didn't approve it, no one could bypass her. Therefore, Wen Shaoan, who was the closest to her, became the most popular. Yushu nodded. Seeing Wen Shaoan's confused face, she asked, did you accept the bribe and help him? Wen Shaoan shook his head quickly. I didn't dare to put the marriage certificates on your table. I will return the silver notes to him later. Yushu smiled and stood up to take the cloak on the hanger. She asked Lu Hong to come in to pack up and said to Wen Shaoan, it's too late today. Put the marriage certificates on the table tomorrow morning, and I will approve them for you. Ah! Wen Shaoan was stunned. What? If someone gives you money in the future, you should keep it first. Remember to tell me. If I ask you to take it, you can take it boldly. The new year is coming. You should save some money and buy some sweaters. Just take it as a benefit from me. Yu Shu fastened her belt and walked out, leaving Wen Xiaoan standing there in a daze. After a long time, he came back to his senses and slowly showed a happy expression. It should be known that as an 8th-ranked official, his monthly salary was only a few dozen taels. What could he do in the capital? It wasn't even enough for a meal. Since he came to the capital, he didn't save anything. He usually used whatever money he had. If the Celestial Commissioner didn't give him 2 sets of official robes every quarter, it would be difficult for him to find clothes to wear when he went out. Wen Xiaoan had a strong self-esteem. If Yu Shu subsidized him in private, he would be embarrassed to accept it. But it was different if someone showed filial piety to him. Although it was a bribe, it was not a bad thing that violated the law. He could get more income with a little effort. Since he got Yu Shu's approval, he was happy to do it. When Yu Shu returned to the mansion, she called Zhou Hu after dinner. After asking, she found out that there were more people coming to give gifts these days. But because there was a rule in the mansion that strangers were not allowed to enter and gifts were not accepted on New Year's Day, those who gave gifts were closed at the door. Zhou Hu was smart. When he saw Yu Shu asked, he took the initiative and said, "My lord, it's the end of the year. There are several groups of people coming to give gifts every day. It's not a good idea to always stop them. Can we open the door to accept gifts?" It was the 20th of the 12th lunar month. In a few days, it would be the new year. She didn't hear that there were many people who closed the door to send gifts. Only Yu Shu was a maverick and didn't like to interact with others. Yu Shu said, "No hurry. Let's wait for 2 more days. We will open the door on the day of the sacrifice. You should be strict and don't let the doorman let in all the fragrant and smelly gifts. Tomorrow, I will ask Xan to make a list. You should take a look at it. Don't let any famous family in. If something goes wrong, I will hold you responsible." Zhou Hu promised. After he left, Zhao Hui sent someone to invite her. It was also about the New Year's gifts. Yu Shu couldn't be idle during the day. After Zhao Hui arranged everything, she called her to look at the list of gifts. The He family originally didn't have many relatives or friends in Jing, but He Fengji's medical shop had been open for almost a year. He needed to make some friends and social interactions couldn't be avoided. On Yu Shu's side, there were several superiors that needed to be filial to. Not including Jing Qin, there were 4 or 5 darin above her. It was fine if she neglected it usually, but this New Year's gifts must be given. Luckily, she was rich and imposing now. It was not difficult to prepare a few generous gifts. In addition, there were a few peers that she was on good terms with. Whether it was Xian Lu or Xia Jiangmin, Xian Fu had to give an extra gift. Jing Wang Fu also had to give an extra gift. In addition, there were also the scholars that taught her at Taishe Shu Garden, Fang Zijing and Sima Kue. Finally, there were those that had to be given even if they were unwilling, such as Ning Wang Fu. Half a month ago, she had handed the money to Zhao Hui and appointed Lin to come over to help her. She had already made a list of gifts and was fully prepared. Just on Yu Shu's end, she had spent more than 5,000 taels. This didn't even include the ones that she had pulled out from her little storeroom. Zhao Hui's heart ached for her. It's fortunate that you have some income elsewhere. Otherwise, where would you find the money to send gifts? Your annual salary is only 1,800 taels. Usually, you have to eat and drink. Yu Shu comforted her, "It's all money to spend, so you can't be stingy. It's fortunate that I have a place to send gifts. You don't know how many people fight to send gifts but can't find a way." You smile. In a few days, when the doors of our family open, there will be even more people coming to send gifts. At that time, you can take a look. You can choose the good ones first. Zhao Hui couldn't hold back her smile. She lightly patted her and said in annoyance, "How can I be greedy for your things?" She brushed it off and started to talk about the new clothes for the beginning of spring. "Last time, you didn't choose the furs that your Jojo sent over. So I took the liberty to leave 2 pieces of fox fur for you to make a blanket. One is fiery red and the other is silver gray. It's good to match the clothes. As for the remaining pieces of dyed fur, I personally sewed a jacket for you. It can be worn when the weather is warmer. After a few days, you must try it on. If it doesn't fit, there is still time to change it." The blanket was similar to a shawl. It was short and did not have sleeves. The front and back of the shawl were made with pearls. It was fastened in front of the chest with gemstones or jade rings. It was made with fur to keep warm and show off the waist. All the madams and young ladies in the capital loved to wear it this way. If they didn't have 2 pieces of fur, they would be embarrassed to go out and meet guests. After talking about clothes, she moved on to jewelry. "You don't like to wear those bits and pieces, so I didn't buy more. Last month, eldest young Master Shui sent over 2 boxes of pearls and gemstones. I saw that the color was very good, so I asked your Jojo to find a goldsmith to make 2 sets of jewelry for you. One set is pearl and the other is jade. The design is simple and elegant. Don't not wear them and leave them to collect dust." As she said this, she asked a maidservant to enter the room and bring out 2 similar lacquer boxes. She handed them to her with both hands. Yu Shu was puzzled. She pulled them out and looked at them. Her eyes were filled with flowing colors. The jade was translucent and the pearls were colorful. With one look, she knew that they were rare and good things. "When did my eldest brother send these? Why didn't I know?" Zhao Hui was also stunned. She then patted her forehead. "I was so busy that I forgot to tell you. Just a month ago, there was a rumor in the capital that eldest young Master Shui went to avoid trouble. Later, he didn't come back, but not long after he came back, he sent someone to send them here. I still remember what the errand boy looked like. He had big eyes and looked cunning." Shui Rui asked someone to send the box directly to Zhao Hui. He said that it was a gift to show filial respect to Zhao Hui, an elder. But after he left, Zhao Hui opened the box and took a look. She immediately guessed that he was just being polite. Those pink beads that were as thick as a thumb, silver beads, and colorful gemstone pendants were not meant for an elderly woman like her. It was probably because Shui Rui and Yu Shu acted so well in front of others that Zhao Hui did not suspect that the 2 of them had an affair. She only thought of them as sworn siblings. "I'll keep the rest for you first," Zhao Hui glared at her. "It's useless for you to keep them. When spring comes, I'll think of some other designs for you. You can slowly save up for your dowry." Chapter 760. The 23rd day of the 12th lunar month was the Little New Year's Eve. Every year, the kitchen god would be worshipped at this time. The government would do it the first day, and the common people would do it the next day. It was said that the kitchen god was a deity assigned by the Jade Emperor to manage the common people's cooking stoves. He knew every household's problems like the back of his hand. To prevent the kitchen god from reporting them to the heavens, the common people would make offerings to cover his mouth. There would be a sacrifice in the palace that morning. As a court official, Yu Shu had to be there. She got up early in the morning and put on her court clothes. Before she left, she was stopped by Zhao Hui, who was preparing to offer the kitchen god. Zhao Hui stuffed a mouthful of kitchen god sweets into her mouth, mumbled something, and gave her a small bag of pastries. "Go home and eat after the court. Don't run around. We're sending the kitchen god today, so we don't want to visit other people's houses." "Oh, I got it. Yushu's throat turned red from the sweetness. Zhao Hui prepared everything and asked Shen Nanny to give her a bowl of tea to rinse her mouth. Only then did she let her go. Yushu went to the front yard and got on the sedan chair. Not far away, she saw the door of Shen Nanny's house open. There was a crowd outside the door. She guessed that they were all here to send the New Year's Eve, so she didn't go through the front door to avoid being blocked. As usual, the Celestial Commissioner presided over the sacrifice in the palace. This year, it was better. The auspicious time was 9:15. It was almost noon, so they didn't have to arrive so early. However, Yushu heard that last year, it started early in the morning. All the civil and military officials had to enter the palace at 7 in the morning. It was even harder than the morning court. There was a long queue in front of the Meridian Gate. The snow on the palace road was swept clean, but the ground was still wet and slippery. It was easy for the horse carriages to slip, so everyone took the sedan chair out. It was cold, but it was safe. Yushu sympathized with the hard life of the sedan chair bearers. She gave each of them 2 extra cotton-padded jackets to change into. Even the leather hats, scarves, and handguards were made of solid cotton. She dared to say that among the dozens of sedan chairs, her sedan chair bearers were the thickest. While waiting for the palace gate to open, she sat inside, wrapped in a cotton mattress and drowsily dozing off. Suddenly, she heard a cough coming from outside and immediately woke up. She lifted the curtain and looked outside, only to see a tin-covered sedan chair parked beside her. Shui Rui's face was revealed and he was only 5 feet away from her. This was the first time the two of them met after meeting Yunhua that night. Even though Yushu had thousands of things to say to him, she could only blink at him, grin, and give him a secret signal. Day. Day. You day. Year. You yun year. Yun year. You year after year. As for the details, it was not convenient for him to say them now, so he gave her a look of approval and changed the subject. You must be very busy these days. Yushu said, don't mention it. I have to approve dozens of marriage contracts every day. My hands are numb just from stamping them. In the past, she could approve dozens of contracts every day. Now she had to work for 3 days. How could she not be tired? Of course, she could take it easy. But Emperor Zhao Qing was dying. Every family was in a hurry to have their wedding. If she dawdled, wouldn't she be hated? It was better to work harder. At the end of the year, Shui Rui became idle instead. He would not send the unjust and false cases in the local areas to the capital during the new year. He would go to the Supreme Court to take attendance every day. He would read books, drink tea, and handle his personal affairs in passing. The two talked for a while. The procession in front slowly moved. The palace gate opened. This year, Ning Wang replaced Emperor Zhao Qing to ascend the Temple of Heaven. This was a great honor. The princes standing below the stage were envious. They wanted to replace him. The prayer was recited by the Grand Preceptor. It was very long. Yushu didn't understand it, but she knew the main idea was to pray for good weather and peace for the people of Duen. The civil and military officials participated together. First, they burned incense, beat drums, and rang bells. Then they sacrificed cattle and sheep. Finally, they bowed 3 times and 9 kowtows to the heavens, the earth, and the gods. For a whole 2 hours, they stood there in the cold and couldn't move. It was suffocating. Yushu felt her face was stiff. She finally waited for the Grand Preceptor to announce the end of the ceremony. She was about to give a sigh of relief when she saw Ning Wang walk out to speak. She silently cursed his family in her heart. Fortunately, light snow suddenly floated down from the sky. Ning Wang didn't have time to give a long speech. The ceremony ended and everyone could leave the palace. A small portion of the officials stayed behind to curry favor with Ning Wang. Yu Shu slipped away. Of course, Shui Rui left with her. Yu Shu covered her face with her hand and said, "Let's find a place to sit for a while." Before they left, Xiao Hui had reminded her that if they didn't visit today, it wouldn't be good to bring Shui Rui home, much less his home. She couldn't resist complaining in a small voice, it's a pity that you rented Wang Ji Lu to someone else. It's hard to find a place to talk now." Shui Rui patted the snowflakes on her shoulder and indicated for her to walk faster. "Just come with me." Yu Shu thought that he was going to take her somewhere good. The two left the palace and sat on the sedan. They circled around the northern part of the city and actually came to Baima Street. They entered through a small alley and stopped at the back courtyard of Wang Ji Lu. Before the sedan stopped, she came out. She looked with shock at Shui Rui knocking on the back door and beckoning her in. The one who opened the door was also a familiar face. It was Ah Xiang, who had been sweeping the floor of the restaurant. Yu Shu finally recovered. She pointed at Shui Rui, angry and laughing. She said, "Fine, you lied to me. Wang Ji Lu wasn't rented out at all." "When did I lie to you?" Shui Rui turned his head to smile at her. Bathed in the fluffy snow, he asked, "Ah Shu, can Big Brother give Wang Ji Lu to you?" Yu Shu had a bewildered expression on her face. She didn't understand at first, but Shui Rui took a step forward and held her hand. He didn't explain and only said, "I'll take you there to have a look." He then pulled her along as they passed through the hall under the drooping flower gate and arrived at the front building. As soon as she entered the door, Yu Shu widened her eyes, thinking that she had gone to the wrong place. The tables, chairs, and benches in the hall downstairs were all gone. The four walls were painted with huge murals. In the east, there was an azure dragon roaring and thundering. In the west, there was a white tiger riding the wind and breaking the waves. In the north, there was a black tortoise swallowing the clouds and spitting out rain. In the south, there was a vermilion bird flashing with lightning and fire. On the ground in the center of the hall, there was another yin and yang picture. Yu Shu can see the mystery behind this, so there's nothing she doesn't understand. She calms down her palpitations and looks around. She sees the 100 treasures pavilions on both sides of the road. The black wood is shiny, and even the roof beams and pillars have been repainted. There's a pile of rosewood tables and armchairs in the corner. All that's left is to put some goods on the 100 treasures shelves, invite a few teachers to sit, and hire a few workers. The surprise is yet to come. Shui Rui takes her up to the second floor. There are a few private rooms on the second floor that are used as living rooms. The rest of the rooms are combined into a library. There are more than 20 bookshelves and 70% of the library is filled with books. Some are old and some are new. Yu Shu flips through a few books. The content is all about the Yi Dao. Some are transcripts, some are original books. But the paper is not something that can be bought on the street. After a rough calculation, there were at least 6,000 to 7,000 books here, if not more than 10,000. At first glance, it didn't sound very impressive, but one must know that these books were related to the Yi Shui, without any impurities or exaggerations. This was a considerable number. A family of Yi Shui that had been passed down for 6 generations probably had this number of books. Are you giving me a great exchange pavilion? She turns around and looks at him with a dry mouth. Shui Rui raises his eyebrows and says proudly, "I said that I will build a great exchange pavilion for you. The Wangji Tower is big enough. With some slight changes, it can be used for other purposes. Some of these books are copied by me earlier, some are from other places, and some are from my family's collection. The reason why the aristocratic families have a foothold is because of their heritage. What you lack can only be made up for in this aspect. Yu Shu had always regarded Shui Rui as a steady man who was neither arrogant nor hot-tempered, and was mature and experienced. However, she never thought that he would do such a foolish thing that only a young boy who had his first awakening of love would do. Damn it, she didn't find it funny at all. Instead, it was like the candy that Zhao Hui stuffed into her mouth in the morning. She really doesn't want to dampen his enthusiasm. She puts the books back on the shelf and walks up to him to hold his hand. She says softly, I also want to open a great exchange pavilion, but I don't have enough experience. I have the place, but I am a loner. How can I be called an aristocratic family? If I can't be called an aristocratic family, how can I open a great exchange pavilion? Who said you're a loner? Shui Rui pulled her into his arms and lightly tapped her forehead with his index finger. Have you forgotten? I sent people to your hometown to investigate and found out that there was a Master Yi who served in the Imperial Astronomer for several generations in your Yu family. Counting up to you, you're exactly the 6th generation, which has been passed down for 6 generations. You're also an official in the Imperial Astronomer and a 5th-ranked Imperial female. You can enter and leave the imperial court and meet the emperor, so why can't you be considered an aristocratic family? Yu Shu is dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Even if I can be called an aristocratic family, where can I find 2 DE masters to oversee it? Shui Rui laughs. Do you still need to look for one? There is already one. Don't tell me you think that just because he is sloppy, you think that his 2 rankings are fake. Xan Laowu. Yu Shu exclaims. How did she forget about him? Then what about one more? There is no need. You are a female fortune teller who ranks 3rd in the 2 rankings. You are 1 level higher than a DE master. Do you still need to find someone else? But I am in the Celestial Commissioner's office. How can I oversee a great exchange pavilion? Do you think that there are more than 10 DE masters in the capital every day? Shui Rui retorts. Yu Shu finally understands. The conditions of a great exchange pavilion may sound impressive, but in reality, it is full of loopholes. With Shui Rui's words, he really did not want to give her a great exchange pavilion on a whim. Shui Rui sees that she is tempted and adds fuel to the fire. Look at the aristocratic families from the 12 prefectures in Enling City. There are still a few families that have people in the Celestial Commissioner's office, but they are still able to stand strong. Why? It is because they all have a great exchange pavilion. They are good at business, changing their names and standing among the commoners. They are not in the court, but their names are there. You have an undeserved reputation and a weak foundation. That is why there are always people who have ideas about you. The Ji family is like this, the Yin family is like this, and Ning Wang is also like this. In the future, there will be more people who covet your talent and reputation. You have to plan early to protect yourself. Listening to the Jun's words, Yu Shu is suddenly enlightened. She did not understand the deeper meaning of his last sentence. The business of crystal stones cannot always be under the name of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. You should have heard of the saying, a tall tree attracts the wind. Your Jojo has such a profitable business in his hands. Sooner or later, people will be jealous and plot against him. The waters of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce are deep. He is just a piece of floating ice. When the day comes that you cannot protect him, it will be the day that he loses everything. If you are willing to listen to me, quickly take back the business of crystal stones. When you open a great exchange pavilion, you can invite your Jojo over to manage the business. This is the best of both worlds. Chapter 761. Yesterday, when the Yu residence opened its main doors, piles and piles of New Year's gifts were continuously moved in. Zhou Hu, who was in charge of the front yard, received so many gifts that his hands were tired. In the evening, he closed the door and refused to see any guests. When he went to the accountant's office to count, there were more than 200 bolts of various colors of cloth, spices and medicinal herbs were all weighed by weight, countless porcelain and jade wares, antique calligraphy and paintings, and many other strange and interesting things. It was as if they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to enter Yushu's eyes. After receiving the filial piety from others, Yushu was not careless in her work. The second day of the sacrificial kitchen was a dust-sweeping day. The celestial commissioner went up and down to rest, but she didn't slack off. Early in the morning, she went to the official's office and took Wen Shao and to count all the marriage contracts that had piled up before the new year. She worked overtime to record them and try to send them out before the new year. Wen Shao and didn't have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction when he was pulled over on a day that was supposed to be a day of rest. Instead, he was full of energy. With Yushu's tacit approval, he received a lot of red packets in the past few days. If this continued, he wouldn't need to rent a house to live in anymore. Next year, he would be able to buy a smaller courtyard. From morning to night, Yushu packed her things and left when the sky turned dark. On the way, she sent Wen Shao into the vicinity of the human training hall. Then, she took the spies that were secretly following her around Qianyuan Street and found the most expensive restaurant. She ordered a table of food and wine, and then sent an imperial bodyguard to invite Pei Jing. The Taiheng Chamber of Commerce wasn't far from here. As soon as the dishes were served, Pei Jing arrived. They sat in a private room on the upper floor. After closing the door, Lu Hong and Su Qing stood guard outside. Yushu got up and waited for Pei Jing to sit down. She first picked up a cup of wine and offered it to him. Ever since we came to the capital, our family has been under the care of Jojo. Xiao Xiao and I don't have many relatives in this world. Other than godfather and godmother, we only recognize you as Jojo. These words came from the bottom of her heart. Pei Jing had once lent her a helping hand when she was insignificant. When she had offended the Ji family in Yang City, she had no choice but to leave her hometown and go to the capital. It was also Pei Jing who had arranged a path for her, allowing her and little Xiao to follow the caravan to the capital. Although there had been an accident on the way, she still remembered this favor in her heart. Later, when she turned her life around, Pei Jing did not deliberately take advantage of her. Instead, he helped her a lot and always treated her and her brother as his juniors. Whether it was hypocritical or sincere, Yushu could see it clearly. That was why she was willing to give him half of the profits of the crystal business. It was not only to repay him, but also because she trusted him. We are family, there is no need to say such things. Pei Jing smiled as he took the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. He beckoned her to sit down. He did not move his chopsticks but asked leisurely, "You have set up a banquet to invite me so formally. You must have something important to discuss with me. I won't guess what it is, just say it." It was said that ginger was spicier with age. Yushu didn't know how to start. His question gave her a way out. She took the chance to speak of the idea of temporarily stopping the crystal business. Right now, Ning Wang is in power and the limelight is too tight. I have offended Ning Wangyi before, and not long ago, I had a feud with the Yin family. I am afraid that someone will secretly play tricks and ruin our business. Why don't we stop for a while and observe the situation? Pei Jing's response was unexpected. He did not hesitate or doubt, and simply nodded his head in agreement. This business really does attract jealousy. The treasure house has been visited by thieves more than once. Because the losses weren't large, I didn't mention it to you. As for Master Su, someone found him and was willing to pay a high price to buy the raw materials from him. They had him inquire about the source of the materials from me. Luckily, Master Su is an honest person and told me everything. The Taiheng Chamber of Commerce was not an iron board. 2 days ago, at the tea party of the Dong family, there were several stewards who had come together to accuse him of currying favor and breaking the rules of the trade. They insisted that he stop selling, or else they would take out the process of growing crystal. They were willing to pay money to buy it. He didn't even blush when he said this. Pei Jing would rather not do this business than let them take advantage of him. I thought that we have made a lot of money, and now it's time to stop. Since you have this intention, then I will stop the business of Jibiozai tomorrow. When Master Su has finished the batch of materials on hand and sold the goods with the deposit, we will no longer flow out. I will calculate the profits later and give them to you together with all of them. Pei Jing was able to take and let go so easily. What else could you Shu say? She toasted him again. Pei Jing picked up the chopsticks and said to her, "You don't know that there are people who specially line up in our treasure house to get the crystals and sell them at a high price. When we run out of stock, those who have the crystals in their hands can wait for a period of time before selling them. The price can be multiplied several times." Yu Shu didn't think it was a pestle. The crystals we sell will slowly lose their effectiveness after 3 months. If they don't send them to me for maintenance, they won't be able to keep them for more than a few days. They are really greedy and will lose money. Pei Jing nodded and said, "This has been explained on the day of the business. If someone is not careful, they can't blame us." After talking about business in the restaurant, after a meal, Yu Shu and Pei Jing separated and went straight to Old Man Su's workshop. She took away the polished 200 crystal strips and paid him an ingot of gold. She wore thick clothes in the winter. She wrapped the box of more than 10 kilograms in her cloak. It was dark outside, so it was impossible to see what she was holding in her arms from a distance. As soon as she went out, she got into the carriage, covered the curtain, and then turned on the light to check. Old Man Su's craftsmanship was top-notch. The 200 crystal strips were polished neatly and of uniform length. The unnourished red crystals looked gray and somewhat similar to agate stones, but they were very different from the finished products sold by the treasure house. No one could tell that they were the same thing. The white crystal was to deceive people. According to the arrangement of the Book of Xian Nyu, 81 red crystals were enough, and the extra was to prevent mistakes in carving. When she returned to the mansion, she moved the 100 red crystals into a sandalwood box without anyone else's help and locked it. Early the next morning, she called Zhou Hu. "Send the New Year's gifts to Prime Minister Shui's residence personally. Take my invitation and say good things to everyone you meet. I will reward you when you come back." Zhou Hu was promoted to the chief steward of the Yu's residence, so he didn't care about giving gifts to others. However, it was different for Yu Shu. Sending gifts to the Prime Minister's residence was giving him face. "Don't worry, Mississippi," Zhou Hu followed Xan and brought 2 servants to carry the New Year's gifts to the carriage. On the same day, they were sent to the Shui's residence. No one knew that there were deadly things hidden in the gifts. When Shui Lingnan saw the list of gifts that the Yu residents had sent over, he sent someone to find Shui Rui. He threw the list of gifts at his feet and said, "Last time, you promised her well, but in the end, you dragged it out for a few days. You didn't intend to let her testify against Prince Ning at all, right?" Shui Rui bent down to pick it up and glanced at it. Seeing that there were ordinary things on it, he immediately understood. Facing the old man's accusation, he bowed his head and admitted his mistake. For such a big matter, grandson thought it was too risky. Framing the royal family is a serious crime. If the matter failed, she would have to pay with her life. "Grandfather, please let her go and find another way." Hearing him change his words, Shui Lingnan laughed angrily. "Good, you've grown up. You even dare to disobey this old man's words. A woman outside, compared to the entire Shui family, can't you tell which is more important?" Shui Rui bowed his head and didn't say anything. Shui Lingnan saw that he couldn't persuade him, so he didn't waste any more effort. He waved his hand and said, "Leave. You don't need to concern yourself with this matter anymore. You just need to remember who raised you all these years, who provided you with wealth and glory. Don't become an ingrate in the end and waste my son's life for you." Humph. Shui Rui was a person who could endure and give in. These years, he was ordered to come and go by Shui Nan. Despite the resentment in his heart, except for that one time 3 years ago, he never talked back to the old man. Today, he suffered the same kind of humiliation and respectfully took his leave. 3 years ago, he ran away from home in search of his birth. Now that he knew who his birth parents were, he returned to the Shui family in order to repay the kindness of raising him. All he wanted was to have a clear conscience. Shui Rui thought about the gift list he saw earlier. When he returned to the courtyard, he called Hotaku over and quietly reminded him. After dinner, a locked mahogany box was quietly placed on his desk. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. This year's banquet had been cancelled, but Ning Wangfu had set up another banquet and sent out invitations. Yu Shu had been invited and had to go even if she didn't want to. It was a good thing it was a lunch banquet and wouldn't affect the family's reunion dinner. Speaking of Ning Wang, Yu Shu couldn't help but admire him. Ever since the great advisor had announced the imperial edict, Ning Wang had one foot in the Eastern Palace, but he hadn't done anything out of line. Faced with some opposition in court, he had tolerated it and didn't eliminate dissidents just because he had power. He was very patient. Take today's banquet for example. He didn't take the chance to hold it in the palace, but retreated to Ning Wangfu. This move of retreating to advance had calmed a lot of trouble. Didn't you see that even the major advisor had come personally to support him? The banquet was uneventful. On the surface, everyone seemed to be happy, and everything was tranquil. Yu Shu sat in a corner and tried to reduce her presence. She had divined the night before and knew that something would happen today. She had come to watch the show. Within expectations and beyond expectations. Just as everyone was eating and drinking to their heart's content, Ning Wang was proud of his success and was raising his cup to thank the guests. A wine cup was suddenly thrown from the banquet and smashed in front of Ning Wang's table. The shards flew and everyone was shocked. In the dark, a few death warriors quickly moved in front of Ning Wang to protect him. At the same time, a figure strode out from the crowd of guests. When Yu Shu saw who this person was, she paused. She hadn't thought that it would be him. She saw this person, dressed in a green robe and a jade belt, had a scholarly air. His steps were swaying and he looked drunk. He pointed at Ning Wang and scolded, "You heartless person, cruel and unscrupulous thing, killing your brothers and sisters, forming a clique for personal gain, and you have the face to dream of the throne." Lu Hao's expression changed dramatically. He slammed his hand on the table and said angrily, "Kong Qi, how dare you? Come, take him down and shut his mouth." But his hands and feet were not as fast as his mouth. Kong Qi did not dodge. Without waiting for people to come close, he scolded loudly again, "Back then, you schemed to kill the 10th princess. If he becomes the emperor, will he kill all your brothers and sisters, you bastard?" Before he could finish, he was pressed to the ground and his mouth was covered. Kong Qi struggled with all his might and made whimpering sounds, looking as though he wanted to fight to the death with Ning Wang. Lu Hao wanted to have someone kill him on the spot, but he could not do so under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He could only say with a cold expression, "Such a spoilsport on such a good day. Kong Qi, no matter who ordered you to slander me, you have committed the crime of disrespect. Guards, take him away first and try him again later." He avoided the important and focused on the trivial, trying to cover up this incident. But the person behind the scenes would not let him do as he wished. "Wait." The judicial office official Guo Huaiyan stood out and said with a solemn expression, "If I didn't hear wrong, did he just mention the death of the 10th princess? This is a matter of life and death. Wang Yi, Please hand this person over to the judicial office. Facing this person who had come out of nowhere, Lu Hao's face was ashen. He said, "No, this person slandered Ben Wang first. It is clear that someone is behind this. This concerns Ben Wang's innocence. Ben Wang must interrogate him personally." Seeing this, everyone became suspicious. How could the death of the 10th princess be related to Ning Wang? Wasn't it rumored that it was a young miss of the Shui family who caused it? What was going on with Guo Huaiyan? Wasn't the judicial office always in the middle? Why did he suddenly stand against Ning Wang? Huang Xiong's words are reasonable. But if this person stays in your fu, if he is killed, it will be blamed on you. At that time, even if you jump into the Yellow River, you won't be able to clear your name. This time, it was Lu Tan who spoke. On the surface, he was thinking for Ning Wang, but anyone with ears could hear the meaning behind his words. At this point, Prime Minister Yin, who had been pretending to be deaf and mute, finally spoke. "The Wang Fu is heavily guarded, how can it not be guarded against a single person? Your Highness Jing Wang is exaggerating." Seeing that the two sides were in a deadlock and no one was willing to give in, Grand Tidian, who was sitting on the VIP seat, suddenly stood up and walked to Kong Qi. He lowered his head and glanced at him, then turned back to Lu Hao and Guo Huaiyan. "Why don't you hand the person over to me, the Celestial Commissioner? After tonight, tomorrow's trial, Ning Wang and Guo Darren can rest assured." What else could Lu Hao say? He couldn't keep the person. If he didn't hand him over to the Celestial Commissioner, he could only hand him over to the judicial office. So he agreed. Guo Huaiyan also nodded and sat back down. Zhu Muzhao waved his hand and people followed the guards of the Wang Fu to take Kong Qi away. He then bid farewell. With this, no one was in the mood to stay. Ning Wang forced a smile as he sent off the officials and didn't return to the banquet. Yu Shu saw that the excitement had died down and secretly exchanged glances with Shui Rui. They left Ning Wang Fu one after the other and met up outside the door. The two of them sat in a carriage and let the driver slowly drive back. With this kind of mess, if they talked about it, the spies in the dark would treat it as normal. Today's events were all arranged by Prime Minister Shui. Yu Shu sighed in admiration. "I didn't think that your grandfather didn't come today but ordered Guo Darren around. I think that other than him, no one else would dare to oppose Ning Wang." In terms of rank, the official of the judicial office, Guo Huaiyan, was not as high as the elders of the court, but in terms of reputation and power, he didn't lose to a first-rank official. Before today, Yu Shu and the others had assumed that Guo Huaiyan was a neutral party. Who would have known that he would stand on the side of the Shui family? Shui Rui sighed. Yu Shu looked strangely at him. "Why aren't you happy? Ning Wang is going to be unlucky this time. I think that he won't be able to hold the position of regent for long." As she spoke, she suddenly realized, "You aren't worried that Kong Qi will expose the affair between him and 10th Princess and ruin 10th Princess' reputation?" She glared at him and said icily, "You really are infatuated. If 10th Princess knew in the underworld, she would be so moved she would die again." It wasn't that she wanted to argue with a dead person, but the things that 10th Princess had done when she was alive disgusted her. And this woman was Shui Rui's first love. She couldn't tolerate it. Shui Rui heard that her words were becoming more and more ridiculous and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, "Don't speak nonsense, I wasn't thinking of such things." "Then why are you sighing?" "I'm sighing that grandfather is forcing Ning Wang like this. Even if the matter succeeds, the result may not be good." Chapter 762. As Kong Qi was taken away by the Grand Supervisor, Lu Hao was unable to stop him. He managed to maintain his composure as he saw off the officials that had come to support him. Turning around, his face darkened. He kicked the death warrior that was kneeling on the ground and begging for forgiveness. Trash. You can't even stop a single person. In reality, the Wong Fu's death warriors couldn't be blamed for being a beat too slow. In today's occasion, their priority was to protect the safety of their mistress. Who would have thought that someone would jump out of nowhere and not to assassinate, but to curse? Wang Yi did not give the order. The people present were all officials of the court. They couldn't just kill someone they saw appear. It wasn't just them that didn't react. Even Lu Hao himself didn't expect this sudden event. In these years, Kong Qi had been obedient to him and obedient. He had thought that he had subdued the other long ago. He hadn't thought that Kong Qi would suddenly betray him, and even more so, that the Chief Justice of the Judicial Office, Guo Huai, would get involved. Old thief Shui, Ben Wang won't attack you, but let you stab Ben Wang first. Lu Hao used his brain and guessed who was behind Kong Qi. If it wasn't the Empress, then it could only be the Shui family. Seeing Lu Hao's displeased expression, the strategist standing to the side spoke up, "Your Highness, Kong Qi is spouting nonsense today and everyone here has heard it. If we don't clarify it as soon as possible, I'm afraid it will attract criticism. If word gets out, Ben Wang is upright and upright, what is there to be afraid of? Kong Qi was bribed by someone to slander me, but there is no proof. It is just slander. How many people would easily believe it?" Even though he said so, Lu Hao had other concerns. He wasn't afraid that Kong Qi would report him because he was sure that he had done everything cleanly in the past. Even if people were suspicious, they wouldn't be able to find proof. What he was afraid of was the Grand Supervisor personally questioning him. In front of the Great Hole illumination technique, the truth would be revealed. The crux was that after the Grand Supervisor knew the truth, whose side would he stand on? Lu Hao returned to the Huiyuan with a heavy heart. He dismissed the maid that Ning Wangfei had sent to greet him and went to the small yard in the western corner of the garden. On the 30th day of the Lunar New Year, the prince's mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and the ground was full of firecrackers. Only this corner was deserted, and there was only a pair of couplets outside the door to welcome the spring festival. There was a fire burning in the room. 2 maidservants were sitting on a small stool doing needlework. A beautiful, fair-skinned woman was lying on the kong, holding a book in her hand. She was wearing a plain cotton dress, and from head to toe, not a single hairpin or ring could be seen. Her simple appearance was out of place in this painted room. By now, everyone in Ning Wangfu knew that this Ru Wei Furen was Wang Ye's new favorite. Because she had given birth to the eldest son and had worked hard, even Ning Wangfei didn't dare to be harsh on her. But no one knew that she had another identity. She was actually the once famous hideous Great E-Master, Ji Xingxuan. Lu Hao came in from outside. The Yuan hurriedly stood and bowed. Ji Xingxuan calmly put down the book and straightened her body. As she looked for shoes to wear, she asked in a gentle voice, "At this time, Yi, why aren't you receiving guests in front? Why have you come to Nujia's place?" Lu Hao waved his hand for the Yuan to leave. With a cold face, he walked next to her and sat down. At this time, Ji Xingxuan was still slowly putting on shoes. He frowned and said, "Just sit." Without a servant in front of her, Ji Xingxuan was too lazy to put on an act. She put her legs back on the kong and pulled over a brocade blanket to cover herself. She looked coldly at Lu Hao and asked, "What happened that made Wang Yi come to find me in such a hurry?" Lu Hao narrated what had happened at the banquet. From the moment she had become Ru Wei Furen, he had treated this woman as a helper. He knew that her scheming and shrewdness didn't lose to any man. She was also a genuine Great E-Master. So when he encountered something troublesome, he was always willing to come to her place to sit. Even if she couldn't come up with a plan, if she accidentally said 1 or 2 words, she would be able to enlighten him. This was the principle of a bystander seeing more clearly. This time was no exception. After listening to his narration, Ji Xingxuan's words hit his heart. Wang Yi is worried about the Great E-Master's great insight technique. You're afraid that if he finds out that you caused the sudden death of the 10th princess, he will deal with the matter impartially. Once the Great E-Master stood on the opposite side of Lu Hao, then not only would Lu Hao not be able to keep his position as regent, but he would also be unable to recover from this setback. Correct, Lu Hao didn't deny it. The Xue family is like a grasshopper after autumn, they won't be able to jump for more than a few days. With Guo Huaiyan, Ben Wang isn't afraid of them. Only the Great E-Master, Ben Wang can't lose his support if he wants to legitimately enter the Eastern Palace. The Great E-Master of the Celestial Commissioner held the most power in his hands. It wasn't in rewarding and punishing the members of the imperial family, but in the matter of choosing a successor. No matter who became emperor in the future, he could veto it with one vote. Hearing Lu Hao's confession, Ji Xingxuan smiled faintly and said in a very confident tone, "Wang Yi, do not worry. Even if the Great E-Master knows that the 10th princess' death is related to you, he won't oppose you. On the contrary, he will protect you." Oh. Lu Hao looked at her in confusion and looked like he was all ears. "I can tell Wang Yi why, but you have to promise me one thing." Ji Xingxuan took the opportunity to make a request. "You want to talk about conditions again?" Lu Hao wasn't angry and said generously, "As long as what you say makes sense, Ben Wang will promise you." Receiving the promise, Ji Xingxuan's body leaned forward slightly and she lowered her voice to say, "I have told Wang Yi that the crown prince has always been chosen by the Book of Mystery woman Lu Ren. You must not understand why the emperor has been so slow in making a decision. That is because the Book of Mystery woman was lost 20 years ago." Lu Hao was shocked. He had guessed many things before, but he didn't expect the problem to be this. Ji Xingxuan continued, "That is why the emperor has been so slow in making a decision, and appointing you as the regent of the country is only an expedient measure. It is because other than you, there is no one else among the princes who can take charge of the country. If you are kicked out of this position, no matter which prince is the regent, they will become someone else's puppet. The Great E-Master is a pure courtier. He will not watch as the imperial power is lost. Compared to the grand plan of the country, whether Wang Yi killed the 10th princess or not is an insignificant matter." Ji Xingxuan's analysis was thorough. Lu Hao's eyes flickered and his expression changed. One moment he was smiling, the next moment he was frowning. After a long while, he calmed down and clapped his hands. "So that is the case. According to what you said, the Great E-Master will protect Ben Wang." Ji Xingxuan continued, "Even so, Wang Yi must not be careless. The Great E-Master will not make things difficult for you, but the Xue family will not let this matter go. I believe that apart from Kong Qi, they must have other tricks up their sleeves." Lu Hao sneered, "As long as the Great E-Master does not make things difficult for me, I have ways to deal with the Xue family." "What does Wang Yi have in mind?" Ji Xingxuan asked curiously. Lu Hao was in high spirits, so he didn't hide anything and told her in detail. "A while ago, Imperial Father assigned me an errand to investigate who was responsible for Jing Chen's mishap on the way back to the capital. Since there weren't any clues, the task was put on hold. Not long ago, the palace issued an order for a wanted criminal to be posted on the Imperial Bulletin, and a chief steward of the Xue family was captured. Afterwards, I found out that it was Jing Chen who entered the palace to present a portrait. It was said that when he was kidnapped, he had seen this person. Only then did I conclude that Jing Chen's danger was related to the Xue family." "Didn't you say that Jing Chen is the so-called Dawn Calamity? His fate is closely related to our dynasty. Once something happens to him, the world will be in chaos. At that time, the traitors will have an opportunity to take advantage of it. There is no doubt that the Xue family has the intention to rebel. Since Shui Lingnan wants to settle old scores with me, there is no need for me to be polite with him. He can let Kong Qi accuse me of killing my brother. Why can't I let others accuse him of treason? At that time, he can't even protect himself. How can he accuse me? Lu Hao has long thought of using this matter to destroy the Shui family. However, he is worried that if he acts too aggressively, the High Commissioner will intervene. Without the support of the High Commissioner, he will not be able to hold his position as the regent. But now that he no longer had this layer of scruples, he could go all out and do it. Your Highness is brave and resourceful. There is no need to worry about failure. Ji Xingxuan sincerely praised. Lu Hao looked at her fair and flawless face. He was so close to her that he could smell the faint cold fragrance on her body. An idea came to his mind. He lifted her chin and said in a loud voice, "Just now, I promised you one thing. What do you want?" Ji Xingxuan does not avoid his frivolous action. She lowers her eyebrows and says, "I want to go out for a while. I ask for your permission." As soon as she finishes speaking, she feels a pain in her chin. In front of her, Lu Hao's eyes are cold. He pinches her chin and whispers, "Let me guess. You want to go out to find your omniscient master." Ji Xingxuan frowns and bears the pain. "I have been cooped up in this residence for too long. I want to go out for a walk. If your Highness doesn't believe me, you can send someone to follow me." Lu Hao raised his eyebrows. The Ji Xingxuan that this prince knows is indeed not a woman who is content with the inner courtyard, yet you are willing to bind yourself for the sake of this child. This prince really wants to know who the biological father of this child is, to be able to make you so determined to continue the family line for him. Ji Xingxuan tightens her lips and remains silent. Lu Hao sneered and let go of her. He got up and walked out. "Let's see when you want to go out. Send someone to inform this prince." This is agreeing to her request. Ji Xingxuan looks at his back disappearing behind the screen. She lightly rubbed her chin. There wasn't any distress left on her face. Her expression was frighteningly calm. The scorn at the corner of her mouth was especially clear. "How would you know? This child is my last hope." The events that happened at Ning Wangfu's noon banquet seemed to fly into the palace. Rui Empress received the news before nightfall. She immediately smashed her beloved mutton fat jade cup. Then she sat silently in her bedroom for an hour until the sky darkened. Jing Shanggong reminded her multiple times that it was time before she called someone in to help her change clothes. Set up the carriage to Zhongcui Palace. On New Year's Eve, there was no banquet in the palace, but the New Year's Eve dinner still had to be eaten. However, the emperor wasn't present. The Feipin preferred to eat their own, so Rui Empress didn't call everyone to her Perchingwu Palace. The Empress arrived. Zhongcui Palace had just set up the banquet. Noble consort Shui didn't go out to welcome her. She waited until Rui Empress entered the hall before calling a palace maid to help her up. No need to be so courteous. "Mimi, sit down." Rui Empress looked at noble consort Shui's haggard appearance. Her emotions were complicated. On one hand, she was jealous that this woman had once been pampered, but on the other hand, she felt that she was in the same boat as her. Noble consort Shui sat down with her big belly. She smiled slightly at Rui Empress and said, "This year's New Year's Eve is unreasonably quiet. Does Jijia feel lonely and came to find me as a companion?" Without responding, Rui Empress walked to the side of the table. She waved her sleeve and said to the attendants in the hall, "All of you leave first." Half of the people didn't move. At first, they didn't move. Seeing noble consort Shui wave her hand, they retreated. Very quickly, only Rui Empress and noble consort Shui were left in the empty hall. They looked at each other. Rui Empress was the first to speak. Her eyes were slightly red as though she was trying to suppress her temper. Shui, Ben Gong wants you to tell me the truth. Who killed my Yao, Noble consort Shui's maiden name was He. He was crimson red. It had been a long time since anyone called her by this name. Noble consort Shui dazed. She raised her head to look at Rui Empress, the smile at the corner of her lips gradually cooling. Who killed the 10th princess? Empress, you shouldn't ask me, you should ask yourself. Ning Wang's hands and feet were clean, but Rui Empress' own daughter, how could she not know? As long as she investigated, she would definitely find clues. But even if Rui Empress guessed who the culprit was, she wouldn't say it. 3 years ago, Rui Empress had used the death of the 10th princess to viciously suppress her and taste the sweetness. In these 3 years, Rui Empress had also used the death of the 10th princess to step on her head step by step. Now, she had come to denounce her and put on such a sorrowful and angry expression. Who was she showing it to? Rui Empress' back froze. She could read the disdain in the eyes of the woman in front of her, but she couldn't get angry. Because she wasn't confident, because she was guilty. Empress, you really don't know. Noble consort Shui sneered. Even though the 10th princess was deep in the palace, she had an affair with a foreign official. Long before my nephew, she had made a promise to marry him. Who knew that the man had purposefully seduced her? But in order to escape the marriage arranged by the emperor, she listened to someone else's evil plan and jumped into the lake from Sea View Tower, framing my little niece. Who would have thought that the heavens would scheme against her? In the end, she died, harming others, and harming herself. The hall was brightly lit, illuminating Rui Emperor's face as white as paper. Don't say any more. Didn't you want to ask? Empress, guess, does the emperor know what I just said? I guessed that he knew. Was there anything in the palace that could be hidden from the emperor? But he clearly knows who killed your precious daughter, but he still didn't punish the culprit and still doted on her. Even when he was gravely ill, he let that cruel and unscrupulous thing take on the position of regent. Doesn't this mean that the emperor doesn't even care about you, the empress? Shut up. Oh, right, there's also the 5th prince who died early. That was the emperor's son. He died so mysteriously. Even now, the murderer hasn't been found. It's so pitiful. I told you to shut up. Rui Empress stared viciously at noble consort Shui. The grace and magnanimity she had in front of others had completely disappeared. It looked like if she said one more word, she would fight her to the death. Noble consort Shui smiled and added one last stab without fear. I heard that Xu Fei went to you a few days ago to ask for the Eastern Palace seal. She said that Ning Wang should be moved in to make it easier for Ning Wang to manage the court. Did the Empress agree? Rui Empress' anger reached its peak. Her palms were scratched, her eyes burning red. After a few breaths, she closed her eyes tightly in front of noble consort Shui. Blood slowly returned to her face. In a flash, she suddenly opened her eyes and stared at noble consort Shui. In a raspy voice, she said, Ben Gong and you will work together and chase Ning Wang out of Jing. Chapter 763. On the first day of the 88th New Year, the New Year had a new atmosphere. Last night, the whole family stayed up all night and didn't feel tired. Early in the morning, Yushu brought Yu Xiaoxiu to kowtow to the elders of the family. After eating breakfast, Pei Jing brought his foreign and daughter over. In an instant, the house was filled with children and grandchildren. As the only old person in the two families, Lao Tai Tai gave out red packets one after another. Even though she lost money, she was smiling like a flower. The sound of firecrackers in celebration of the Spring Festival did not stop. From time to time, people would come to pay their New Year greetings. Most of them came for Yushu, but there were also He Fangji's friends and neighbors. What was worth mentioning was that Jing Wangfu also sent a steward over to say auspicious words. Along the way, there was also a painting personally written by Jing Wang that he gifted to Yu Shu. After they left, Pei Jing and He Fangji discussed, "I didn't think that His Highness Jing Wang would be so amiable and approachable. He really doesn't seem like the lofty and aloof person that the rumors say." Yu Shu didn't think so in her heart. Originally, she was also intimidated by Lu Tan's reticence. It was only until Shui Rui's mishap that she realized that Lu Tan was a fickle and heartless person. Now, he was only putting on an act because she had the value of befriending him. The entire morning was spent welcoming and sending off guests. Even though Yu Shu only said a few polite words, she still felt tired. It was almost noon when the person she had been waiting for finally came. Yesterday, after the banquet at Ning Wangfu, Shui Rui had told her that he would come today. Actually, according to reason, she should have gone to the Shui Fu to pay her New Year greetings to Prime Minister Shui. Due to various reasons, it was changed to Shui Rui who came to find her. Hearing the servant's report, Yu Shu got up and went out to greet them. From afar, she saw Shui Rui dressed in new clothes and a new hat. He had an imposing appearance and two attendants behind him, carrying something as he walked over from the direction of the main door. Shui Rui noticed her as well, and a smile couldn't help but hang on his face. He arrived before her before stopping, and then slightly raised his head to size up the slender and elegant beauty that stood on the staircase. She wore a silver-white satin jacket that was pinned at the waist, and a long skirt that reached her feet was embroidered with a circle of silver-red lotus flowers that were on the verge of blooming, and it complemented the fiery red fox pelt on her shoulder, causing her complexion to be bright and beautiful, and her appearance to be moving. What made him even more happy was that although she didn't wear many pieces of jewelry, the hairpins and earrings were all carefully selected by him. Most men have this kind of vanity, hoping that their loved one's clothes, food, shelter, and transportation wouldn't be handled by others, and he was no exception. The two of them stood at the door of the living room and exchanged affections. If He Fangji hadn't called out to them, they wouldn't have felt cold even if they stood there for 2 hours. "Your nephew wishes the two uncles a happy new year. I wish the whole family happiness and prosperity." The moment Shui Rui entered the room, he bowed to greet He Fangji. He Fangji accepted it calmly, but it was Pei Jing who waved his hand and stood up to avoid it. In terms of seniority, Shui Rui was a junior, but no matter what, he was still an official of the imperial court. Even if he and Yu Shu were in the same city, Pei Jing knew that he was just a businessman, so he could not afford to have Shui Rui greet him. Seeing this scene, although Shui Rui felt helpless, he didn't rush to greet them. He didn't want his future father-in-law and uncle-in-law to see any clues. After sitting in the living room for a while, Yu Shu found an excuse to take Shui Rui to see old Tai Tai He and Zhao Hui. Before the two of them left, they finally had a chance to be alone. It was a pity that they didn't talk about romance, but important political news. "What you said to me yesterday, I only understood after I went home and thought about it." Yu Shu lowered her voice and said, "The great emperor suggested that Kong Qi be taken away. As long as he questioned her, he would be able to tell the truth and know that the 10th princess had died in Ning Wang's trap. But he may not be impartial. Without the Book of Xian Nu and the mandate of heaven and Tai Gu, the emperor cannot choose an heir. So he has to support Ning Wang. Once Ning Wang is convicted of murdering his siblings, the position of the regent will have to be replaced." Seeing Ning Wang's misfortune, she only cared about gloating. Shui Rui concluded that Ning Wang's fall was not necessarily a good thing. She herself didn't know anything about politics, but under his influence, she gradually learned how to examine the situation of the court. "It is exactly so." Shui Rui walked shoulder to shoulder with her. He held her hand with one hand and gathered her slender fingers into his sleeve. "Amongst all the imperial princes, only Ning Wang is capable of holding his own. The others have to rely on their relatives. Since ancient times until now, the greatest taboo of imperial power is to fall into the hands of outsiders. So not only will the great advisor not expose Ning Wang's crimes, for the sake of the overall situation, he will even protect Ning Wang. Yu Shu frowned. Even if it is Du Tiao, he can't confuse black and white. If the evidence is conclusive, and Ning Wang is convicted, what will happen? If it really reaches that step, just look at who will have the power in the end. That person will be the real culprit who tried to kill you. Maybe it will be my grandfather, or maybe it will be someone else. Shui Rui's words were shocking. Yu Shu suddenly stopped walking and looked in bewilderment at him. From the time he had disappeared until now, the two of them had avoided this question. She suspected that Jing Chen's danger and the murders in LoveLore Library were all secretly orchestrated by Xueling Nan, but she had never asked Shui Rui for proof, afraid that it would make things difficult for him. Facing his sudden confession, she didn't know what to do. Shui Rui tightened his grip on her hand, his eyes unwavering. You don't want to make things difficult for me, but I can't pretend to be deaf and mute. I didn't tell you before because I couldn't tell right from wrong. But I know that the culprit behind the scenes has been plotting for a long time to take the throne. You and I are powerless to interfere in the case of Ning Wang. We only need to keep our eyes open and watch. Whether he is loyal or not, there will be a conclusion. Yu Shu's emotions fluctuated. Even if she had doubts, she could only hide them in her heart. If Xueling Nan was the culprit behind the scenes, what would Shui Rui do? She didn't care if she took revenge or not. After all, she was living well. Seeing that the Shui family had raised Shui Rui, she could let bygones be bygones. But if Xueling Nan was really a traitor, then could it be that Shui Rui had to become a traitor in order to repay his kindness? Shui Rui could see that she was thinking nonsense again. He gently pinched her palm and said in a low voice, "Right now, the most important thing for us is to get the Chun Jun sword." If they had the Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren and the Chun Jun sword, they would no longer be fish on the chopping block. On the first day of the first month, Guo Huaiyan went to the Celestial Commissioner to ask for him. The Grand Commissioner did not release him and gave a very legitimate reason. Kong Qi reported the Qin Wang, which was beyond the jurisdiction of the judicial office. It had to be reported to the emperor first and then investigated. These words were passed to Ning Wang Fu and the inner palace, but there were different reactions. Ning Wang was more and more convinced that the Grand Commissioner wanted to protect him. But if he thought he could rest easy like this, then he was very wrong. The next day, an imperial decree was sent to the Grand Tidian. The Empress ordered the imperial astronomer and the Supreme Court to investigate the case of the 10th princess's murder 3 years ago. They had to find out the truth and bring the murderer to justice. Emperor Zhao Qing was recuperating in Huazhen Garden. In Jing, the Empress' decree was the most important. Even if the Grand Commissioner could not disobey the decree, he could only open the case for investigation. When Ning Wang heard the news, he immediately knew that the Empress and noble consort Shui were working together to bring him down. Even though he hated them, he did not sit and wait for death. That night, he visited the Celestial Commissioner and had a secret talk with the Grand Commissioner. The content was not known to others. On the third day of the first month, Kong Qi was officially handed over to the judicial office to be imprisoned. At most 3 days later, the evidence would be gathered and the trial could begin. There were no airtight walls in this world. Also, there were people purposefully spreading the news. In less than 3 days, the rumors that Ning Wang had schemed to kill the 10th princess and then shifted the blame to the Shui family, causing Empress Rui and noble consort Shui to turn against each other, spread through the court. At the same time, a memorial was sent from the north to the capital at top speed. A battle filled with the smoke of gunpowder had quietly begun. On the second day after the judicial office opened the case, Yu Shu and Jing Chen met with the Grand Commissioner at Taishi Tower. The Chun Jun's sword had finally been forged. You come and see if it's real or fake. Zhu Muzhao had a long and narrow sword case in front of him. He indicated for Jing Chen to come forward and open it. Yu Shu didn't move from her spot but stretched her neck to look. She saw Jing Chen take out a bronze short sword. The blade was black and shiny, the patterns on the hilt indistinct. It appeared to be very old. At first glance, it looked very intimidating. But she knew that the Grand Commissioner would not bring the real sword in front of them. This was definitely a fake. Jing Chen weighed it in his hand and lightly tapped on the blade. He turned it over and over to examine it. He exclaimed in shock, "This sword is exactly the same as the one I saw that day. It's a fake." Zhu Muzhao smiled faintly. There are so many skilled craftsmen in the world. It's not strange to pass off a fake as the real one. Not just the Chun Jun sword, even the Book of Xian Nu Lu Ren can be forged. Yu Shu's eyelids twitched. She thought that he didn't say this casually. In order to dispel his doubts, she said, "The 6 weapons of Founding Dynasty are extraordinary. Ordinary people can't tell the real from the fake. I think the Grand Commissioner must have a way to tell." Zhu Muzhao looked at her and nodded in agreement. Yu Shu frowned and said, "I don't know if Yunhua Ez also knows how to tell. What if he recognizes that the Chun Jun sword is fake and refuses to give me the Book of Xian Nu Lu Ren?" "Don't worry. Even if he can tell the real from the fake, it will be after you read the Book of Xian Nu Lu Ren." Zhu Muzhao was calm and composed. The words that came out of his mouth were always easily convincing. Yu Shu sneered and thought, "Of course you can make me feel at ease. You brought this fake sword to trick me into looking for Yunhua so that you can follow the clues and capture Yunhua. Then, the Book of Xian Nu Lu Ren will be in your hands, and the next step will be to obtain Destiny's Tai Bone. Put away the fake sword and bring it to Yunhua as soon as possible." Zhu Muzhao said solemnly, "When you read the Book of Xian Nu Lu Ren, you will know who is lying to you. At that time, I will want you to sacrifice your life for Jing Chen. If you continue to make excuses, I will not be lenient." He did not ask how Yu Shu could get in touch with Yunhua, nor did he ask when she was going to see Yunhua. It looked like he was purely trying to gain Yu Shu's trust so that she would obediently marry Jing Chen. However, Yu Shu knew that once she walked out of the door with this fake sword, she would face an unprecedented test. She took the heavy sword case from Jing Chen's hands and hugged it in her arms. She nodded at the Grand Commissioner and left. Jing Chen followed closely behind her. Chapter 764. Jing Chen sent Yu Shu home, and the two of them talked about the next arrangements. The forged Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 rens has been sent to Yunhua. We will meet at the Rising Cloud Temple outside the city. The 7th day of the Lunar New Year is Human Victory Day. During the day, the temple will be overcrowded with pilgrims. It will be convenient for us to act. The 7th day of the Lunar New Year. Isn't that the day after tomorrow? Isn't it a little too hasty? Jing Chen had a worried expression. Why is it hasty? We have to finish it quickly. Yu Shu sat cross-legged on the horizontal couch. She held the heavy fake sword with both hands. She touched it left and right and muttered, "Does the Chun Jun sword look like this? It doesn't look special. Even the blade is blunt. It is far from the treasured swords that can cut through iron like mud. Can it really destroy the Book of Mystery Fairy?" Jing Chen's attention was diverted by her. He looked at the arm-length short sword in her hand and said, "Since my father said it, it can't be wrong. On the other hand, the Book of Mystic Maiden that you forged using crystal stones, is it really as invulnerable as the real deal?" Are you still worried about me? Yushu put the fake sword back into the box and looked up at him. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, we will go out in the afternoon. Before sunset, we will rush to the Rising Cloud Temple and meet Yunhua. The Great Tipping Point will definitely send someone to follow us. Once they make a move, no matter what happens, don't worry about me. Don't let them catch Yunhua. This was a series of plans. The Great Tipping Point would give her a fake sword to lure Yunhua to show up. They would team up and put on a show. They would send the fake Book of Mystery Fairy to the Great Tipping Point and coax him to give away the real Chunjun sword. They would then rob him halfway. After Jing Chun left, Yushu divined another 2 divinations for peace of mind. The first one asked for success or failure, and the second one asked for good or ill fortune. The results were ambiguous. Even though she used the Tihu incense, it was not thorough enough. It seemed that there were too many variables, so the future was uncertain. Yushu was not nervous because of this. Even if there was only a 10% chance of winning the sword, she would not retreat. Coincidentally, on the 7th day of the new year, the trial for the murder of the 10th princess would begin. The court was set up in the Celestial Commissioner's office, presided over by the great Tito Zhu Muzhao and the Supreme Court's Chancellor Guo Huaiyan. Supervising the trial were the Duke of Jing, the Count of Zhongyong and the Prince of Xiang. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Prime Minister Xua and Prime Minister Yin did not appear that day. Because the person involved was Ning Wang, and it was related to the dignity of the imperial family, other than the relevant personnel, no one was allowed to be present. As one of the witnesses, Xue Rui and Xue Jinxuan were invited to the court to testify. On the other hand, Yushu was at home, refusing to see any guests and getting ready. When Zhao Hui heard that she was going to Xingyun Taoist Temple to offer incense in the afternoon, she wanted to go with her. However, Yushu's words made her change her mind. There are too many people going out of the city today. The road is crowded. If Mother wants to go, after a few days when we are free, we can hire an extra carriage and let Godfather take the old lady's family to go with us. Zhao Hui then took out 20 taels of silver for her to buy more incense, candles, and fruits to worship. When Yushu came out of the upper room, she went to Xiaoxiu's place. It was the new year, so the medical house was temporarily closed. It would only reopen after the 15th. He Fengji went out to visit friends, so Yu Xiaoxiu had a long holiday. He had gone out with Hu Tian to play for the past 2 days. Because his clothes were burned by the firecrackers, he was scolded by He Fengji with a stern face last night. So today, he stayed at home and studied pharmacology. Yushu quietly entered the door and saw Yu Xiaoxiu sitting in front of the desk. His 2 hands were holding a handwritten scroll. His eyes were closed, his little face was tense, and his back was straight. Listening to his smooth writing, although there were pauses, there were no stumbles. It could be seen that he was very hard-working. Bai Ran was copying something on the other side of the desk. When she saw her come in, she put down the brush and called out, "Mississippi." Only then did Yu Xiaoxiu open his eyes. "Jia. Why didn't you go out to play today?" Yushu asked knowingly. Yu Xiaoxiu embarrassedly scratched his head and whispered, "I played enough. I haven't memorized the book yet." Yushu smiled and gently knocked on his forehead. Then she walked around the room with her hands behind her back. She didn't find what she was looking for, so she asked, "Where is Kim Bao? Didn't I tell you not to let it out when it's cold?" Since she entered the court as an official, she had no time to take care of the little yellow mouse, so she gave it to Yu Xiaoxiu to take care of. She was not a caring person, so she usually didn't think about this little thing. Kim Bao was smart enough to recognize people, and it almost became a spirit. If it was let out, it wouldn't run away. However, it loved to eat and drink in the kitchen, so Zhao Hui didn't know how many times she told Yu Xiaoxiu to look after it. During the new year, it was not allowed to run around and bite things. I didn't let it out. It was just here. I don't know why, but I heard it chirping non-stop when I got up. I thought it was too noisy, so I asked Byran to take the cage to the west room. When Yushu heard this, she felt a little strange. Jean Bao was a peculiar mouse. It was like a mascot that had helped her escape from danger several times. That was why she thought of bringing it with her to increase her luck in this battle with her life on the line. When she heard that Kim Bao was abnormal today, she inevitably thought about it. Was it some kind of omen? Byran, go and bring the cage to me. Byran went. After a while, she heard the familiar sound of a mouse outside the door. Byran came in from the outside and put a square iron cage in front of her. This was a cage that she had specially found a skilled craftsman to make. It was as big as 2 bird cages put together. There was a fake tree carved with roots, a cave dug out of marble, and the bottom was covered with fine pine wood chips. Kim Bao was only the size of a palm, so it could have fun inside. At this moment, Jean Bao was hugging a pocket-sized tree and chirping. When he looked up and saw Yushu, he became even more excited. He jumped down from the small rockery and threw himself onto the milky yellow pine wood shavings. As he rolled around, he made a ruckus. Just as Yu Xiaoxiu had said, he was extremely noisy. Squeak, 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 squeak. What are you doing? Yushu stretched out a finger and poked it. Kim Bao opened its little paws and hugged her fingertips. Its furry little head kept rubbing against her, as if it was playing coquettishly. Yu Xiaoxiu came to the side and said, I think it wants to go out to play. It has been locked up for several days. Why don't we let it go out to play? Yushu patted its head and said, no need. It's just that you've spoiled it. It'll be well behaved if it stays with me for 2 days. As she said this, she picked up the cage and was about to leave. Byran saw this and quickly reached out, the cage is heavy. Miss, let me carry it. Yushu did not refuse his kindness. She handed the cage to him and told Yu Xiaoxiu to memorize it well. Then she turned around and went out. Byran followed her to the north courtyard. Yushu did not ask him to stay and let her go out. She did not let the maid come in. She rummaged through the drawers and found the small bamboo cage that was used to hold Kim Bao. She caught it from the big cage and put it in the small cage. Kim Bao was still moaning. She raised it in front of her eyes and flicked the bamboo cage with her fingers. She threatened it with a fierce face, shut up. Don't make a sound. Strangely enough, Jean Bao chirped at her a few more times before quieting down. Yushu nodded her head in satisfaction. She used a sturdy silk belt to tie the small bamboo cage around her waist and tied it into a dead knot. She then put on a loose cloak so that no one could see it from the outside. Kim Bao did not make a sound no matter what she did. Yushu opened the coat and saw that it buried its head in her chest and curled up into a ball. It had actually fallen asleep. In addition to Kim Bao, Yushu also wore several crystals, necklaces, and bracelets. She was fully armed. After confirming that she did not miss anything, she went to the front yard to wait for Jing Qin. At midnight, Jing Qin arrived on time. Yushu got on the carriage of the princess mansion. They left Baochang Street. They did not go straight out of the city. Instead, they first took a big circle in the city to get rid of the stalkers and confuse them. They first went to the fireworks alley in the south of the city. They disguised themselves and got off the carriage. Jing Qin held the sword box and followed Yushu into the narrow street. There was not much business during the day. Unlike when Yushu was here for the first time, there were no coquettish seductresses on both sides of the street. Occasionally, 1 or 2 girls would go out to see customers off. When they saw the 2 strangers with their faces covered, they could not be bothered with them. They yawned and turned back. It was still the red flower house. There was no one at the door. There was only an old woman sweeping the floor downstairs. Yushu took Jing-Chen upstairs. They knocked on the door and entered Lady Qianqian's room. Zhao Xiaozhu was already there waiting for them. "You're finally here. Wait for me to change my clothes. We'll leave from the back door." Zhao Xiaozhu lifted the hem of his skirt and went into the room. When he came out, he had changed from a prostitute with heavy makeup to an unremarkable young man. "Let's go." Zhao Xiaozhu led them into the bedroom. He pushed open the window and jumped down first. Behind him was a dead end. There were piles of junk everywhere. He landed firmly on a wooden box and turned around to wave at the two people by the window. They were on the second floor, which was at least 20 feet high. Jing-Chen carried the heavy sword case and jumped down easily. He then handed the sword case to Zhao Xiaozhu. He raised his hands and said to Yushu, who had just crossed the window with one leg, "Master, I'm going to kill you. Jump. I'll catch you." Recently, Yushu had been jumping over windows and walls, so she had become bolder. She jumped down, and Jing-Chen took the opportunity to catch her legs. With one lift and one release, her feet landed on the ground. There was a gray carriage parked in the alley. Zhao Xiaozhu stuffed the sword box back into Jing-Chen's arms and sat in the coachman's seat. He wore a straw hat to cover half of his face. After Yushu and Jing-Chen got into the carriage, he drove the carriage out of the alley and headed in the direction of the city gate without looking back. After running for a while, he turned around and asked Yushu, "How is it? Are there people following us? Do you want me to run slower? Don't really lose them." Yushu said calmly, "Don't worry. If you run faster, they'll definitely catch up to us." The Great Tipping Point must have given a strict order. The people sent to capture Yunhua would not lose them no matter what. Besides, it was broad daylight now. The sun had not set yet. Their target was so obvious. Even if they lost them for a while, they would soon catch up to them. Jing-Chen sat by the window at the back. He flipped up the wooden plank and looked outside. After searching for a while, he turned around and shook his head at Yushu. "There are people everywhere outside. I can't sense their tracks anymore." You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.